Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Diablo 2. Now, if it's not obvious immediately, yes, this is the version of Diablo 2 we're playing. This is once again going back to that discussion we had briefly yesterday about why the specific version of a game we're playing matters. Because, you know, obviously, the graphics are going to be completely different, but there's a couple of other variances in this version that are going to change things from Diablo 1. There it is. Sorry, one moment. Hey, Reggie. Yep, I can, Loner. So, hang on. Wasn't ready. I'll put that towards Diablo 4. Reggie, thank you. Diablo 2. I do want to say a shout out and thank you to Daedalus59, Etheru, Justin T, Mr. Red, Lahani Sharkfin, Huthor, One-Winged Angel, Platy, Lateralis, Alpha Host, Gravguard, Dread Cheese, Bragwin, Renzada, Unicorn Scotch, Arm Devil, Diesel Edge, Codex, Deathrite Shaman, Duralis, Fubi Brando, Statum, Colgrim, Oculus, Rizulia, Epic, Recursive, Kira White Noise, Catalin Cormendi, Delbach, XM, and the person who put this on the books, Sputnik Lock. Thank you, all of you, for keeping the lights on. And thank you for being part of the show, Roman Cure. I do much appreciate. I will put that towards Wander Song. D2. I actually have a lot of history with this game. Quite a bit. But before we go any further, I do want to say one thing really quick. While some of these names over here are actually specific... You can't see my mouse on this one. No 4:3 resolution. There's 16:9 and 16:10, and that's it. Anyways, so some of these names, probably look familiar. Some of these should not. That's specifically because of the fact that I chose these names. These are the names of the characters in the Diablo rewrite, is what I'm getting down to. Obviously, that was an interesting thing. Because, again, some of them are, specifically characters that have names. I mean, this is a freaking character in Heroes of the Storm. And then there's this dude, who I just kind of had to come up with a name for based... And I had to actually look into the nomenclature of Barbarian characters, the Sons of Volcathos, and figure out where the hell do I come with that. But, yeah, anyways, point being... Some of these are canon, some of these are kind of canon, some of these are not canon, but they're all rewrite, which is the part that really matters. Now, before we move any further, obviously graphics are going to be an interesting thing to debate on this one, but the thing that really matters is this window here. So, the original Diablo 2 is not super big on options. But as you can see, there's a couple more options here. Now, one of the bigger things is so this was in the original NPC speech. You could change text only, or audio and text. Sound and music is obvious, but they actually added a couple of other things. Obviously, there's text-to-speech, there's controller feedback. You can change specific aspects of sound design. Now, this may sound like such a minor thing. Blizzard, for the longest time, would not separate their sound channels. It was a complaint of mine for years in World of Warcraft. They finally did make that. They finally caught up with industry standard. And so that's one of the things they backported here, is we can turn down individual aspects of sound. About frickin' time. I could have used that yesterday, honestly. Discard all that. We've also got some gameplay options here. So, obviously we have whether or not we shows things on the ground or not. That is correct, Von Falkenstein. When they changed that on WoW, whenever StarCraft 2 came out, it was relatively far in. Like, I'm pretty sure it was Kata when that happened. Kata or Pandaria. Anyways, we can change that to toggle. We can have auto gold pickup. We can have auto party invite, which we're not going to turn on. Quick casting. In other words, click and then click, or just click in terms of casting. You can display the active skill bindings, which actually can turn that on. Default bindings, which we can change to whatever. Confined mouse cursor, which is what's you can't see it, but it's keeping it in there. Item tooltip, button prompts, life orb text, so we can see our health and our mana text. We can see ammo count on skills, which is a nice little thing. There's a clock, there's a gem mode, allowing online chat whether I want it. There's an option to change the chat size, message background, font mode, color blindness mode, turn off camera shake. We're not going to do that just yet. Leave subtitles on, all this stuff. All of this sounds pretty normal, and that's because it kind of is. But I do like it, because it's actual freaking options. Especially this. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. There's always the offline stuff, too. Because this is... We'll talk about that. But, this right here. This stuff right here. So, auto map size. You can change whether it's full screen, upper right, upper left, or that's it. You can change the level of capacity... opacity that it has, which you can have it be centered. No, I'll show all this off more later. All this fun stuff you can do. Rebinding. Oh my god, I don't think it lets... Does it not allow you to rebind? Oh god, it's gotta let you rebind. Surely it allows you to rebind. Oh my god, does it not allow you to rebind? That's hysterical. Still no key rebindings. Unless I'm just missing them. Wow! Hang on. I know the original game allows rebinding, because inventory is E. I'm gonna hold off on that for a second. Because, yeah, that's a thing. Whatever, so we'll come back to that. We want to do right now is we want to look at this screen. Excuse me, we want to look at this screen. So, boy, that's dark. Here's our classes. We've got the Amazon. It is really dark. Actually, let's do it this way. Gotta have the little starting animations. By the way, most of the sound effects are identical to the original because they still have the original sound files. We'll talk a bit about that in just a minute. The man Jeffrey. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Kratos came out after Diablo 2. So, you get a little bit of info, just a little bit, on what the classes are. Also, I'm going to stand on this hill until I die on it. There's actual classes here which actually vary how you play the game, unlike in D1. But, what I mean by that, though, is D1... So this is interesting to talk about. This is our first game we're covering that is not an MMO that has classes. I find that vaguely amusing. I was thinking about it just last night. I was looking stuff up. Because I was looking up precedents for class reviewing and class design. And Mass Effect, no, not really. There will be some coming up. We have not reviewed Kingmaker under the current system, no. In fact, we haven't reviewed many, I think any, actually, CRPGs under the current system. I can double check that. I've got a list here. Because we haven't reviewed Dragon Age under the current system. Classes in Oblivion super do not count. The classes in D1 count more than the classes in D2. Or, sorry, than in Oblivion. I don't know why I said that wrong. Why does the Mass Effect count? Why would it? I guess that's my answer to you. Why would the classes in Mass Effect count? By all means, enlighten me. RPGs. So let's see. We did cover DOS 2. DOS 2 does not have classes. We covered the Fallouts, no classes. Covered Oblivion, no classes. We'll come back to the Mass Effects in a minute. Yeah, that's kind of it. So, I heard it. I don't know why the goddamn bot isn't working. It's actually pissing me off at this point. As I say, in Mass Effect 1, class... Alright, tell you what. I'll give you this. Mass Effect totally has classes. Alright, now that we've thrown that out the window, so we've never actually covered a game that's had classes before, in a way that matters. So this will be the first time we'll be doing some real class reviewing, not counting MMOs. And I keep adding that proviso because we have done class reviewing before twice. Once in FF14, and once in Tor. I was just amused last night that we've covered so few single-player games that actually have class design. Now, give me 1 second, I'm sorry. I'm going to try and figure out this stupid thing. I obviously will not be cheating, because you can't cheat in this game. So even if I wanted to, it's not an option. Yeah, we've never really covered a job system either, which is similar to a class system. But not the same. Same. We're just going to leave that there and hope that that fixes it at some point. Alright, 1 hour-long diatribe on class design. Super not doing that. Season A Letter to the Future? I don't know what that is. Well, first, thank you, Doom David. Let me say thank you first. Always appreciate. Do me a favor, pick a backup game just for my sanity's sake. Because I'll look that up later off camera. Figure out what that is. No, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of class design right now. Here's the short answer. It makes sense in my head. Nier Automata. We've already reviewed Nier Automata. Under the current system, even. Okay, so I don't want to get into definitions. Really, I don't. But in my mind, there are 3 gradients of class design when it comes to gameplay design, right? There's classes, which is what I'm thinking of. We'll come back to that last. In the middle, we've got the asterisk land, because game design is a fairly morphic, ill-defined thing. It's why I don't like to get into definitions. Asterisk land contains games that kind of have class design and kind of don't. And then over here we have games which technically have variants based on what you decide to play, but ultimately play the same. And then if we shove the camera to the right here for a little bit, over here we have stuff like, Divinity Original Sin, or GURPS, or Oblivion. I don't care. What? Stuff where it's on you to decide your build. There's builds. There's skills, there's abilities, but there's no classes, right? Yeah, Elden Ring is a good example. Actually, Dark Souls games in general would be a good example of games that don't really have classes. They're over there. Okay. Why? Sorry. Anyways, right, so class design in my mind is stuff where that's a good way to put that, Meat Fist. Classes as guidelines without restrictions is the Dark Souls thing or the Oblivion thing, for example, or Elder Scrolls in general. But you can play as whatever. Then there's that middle ground. This is where Diablo 1 would sit, because there is a difference between playing the different classes in Diablo 1, as was demonstrated yesterday. There's also a difference in things like Mass Effect that you brought up earlier. But at the same time, I would say something like, a specific example, Mass Effect 3 has a little bit more of a build system than it does have a class system. It's a lot more about how do you want to kit out your specific setup with a couple of limitations, right? As opposed to over here in a full class system where a Sorceress plays completely different from an Amazon, right? Different move set, different equipment set, different everything, right? So that's the short answer to that. Excuse me, Deathloop, by the way, I did get it. So, this is getting back to it. We're going to be doing some rejiggering and some finagling in order to try and review all these classes. Thankfully, I am extremely familiar with this game to the point where this is going to be going under the veteran game thing. Unfortunately, TSB has decided to delay me slightly. I'm not sure why. I think TSB secretly hates me. I think that's what's going on here. That would make sense to me, anyways. I mean, I hate me, so why not? Yeah, then there's Final Fantasy X. So this is something I've talked about several times before, because this is something that's very tied into the Final Fantasy series. Final Fantasy series, as you go across it, has existed in all three of these gradients, depending on where it is exactly in the series that you're at. Because in some games, what you play really has nothing to do with anything. Like each character is completely homogenous, except for aesthetics. And in some cases it kind of matters, and in some cases it completely matters. Thank you, TSB. Always appreciate. I will put that towards In Other Waters, The Homeworld Block, and River City Girls 1, I believe. And thank you to Monash. I will put that towards Pentiment, Andor, and Wrath of the Righteous. So, very familiar. I know what I'm doing. Yay! I'm going to screw up all sorts of things because this is not a capital L lore run and I don't have a set of notes next to me. But before we go any further, I want to talk about the classes very briefly. Just kind of discuss them a little bit. Oh my god. I was joking, or he was joking. Don't donate right now. Why would you do that? Why? Yeah, I've done a lore run of this game. I have nothing to prove at this point. I love the name, so thank you, Hephaestus. Very, very much appreciate. Much obliged, as always. Thank you so much for the support. You don't have to lurk. We're cool with people chatting. We're also cool with lurkers. Don't need to be, you know, afraid. I know I can be intimidating. Do not be afraid of me, or I'll kill you. No, but for real, though. Thank you. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things in order to show interest in future streams, please let me know. Otherwise, I do much oblige. Amazon. Now, let's just go ahead and start this. We're going to start by a sentence. Every single one of these classes is overpowered if you do it right. Honestly, we're probably already at the point where we can argue for a plus to build gameplay for this game. There are some asterisks, and we'll talk a little bit about the class balance as we go. But every single one of these classes is viable, and every single one of them is breakable. Oh, there's some stuff you could do in this game. One moment. My monitor is being wrong. I love how I had to buy this, by the way. This didn't come with this damn thing. I had to buy a separate remote to access a menu, an admin menu. that otherwise didn't exist. It's ridiculous. Listen, Anguished One, we're very polite about it, right? I'm just gonna jot this down right now. They nerfed a couple of the broken builds in the remaster. Like the shield build, I can't remember the name of, for Paladin, for example. I'm pretty sure it was one of the ones that got built and banged. Anyways, Amazon. So Amazon feels a lot like the completely boring warrior gameplay we had in Diablo 1 until it starts to get going. Amazon kind of early on, but you have a decent number of stats to fix things, and then you start to just really get access to some of the fun abilities. There's obviously Jabazin, which is when you'd focus on that spear she's got there. My personal favorite was always Boazin, which is focusing on the bow and arrow and shooting, I don't know, 50 or so arrows every time you pull the thing. And yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, it's that class can absolutely AoE destroy everything. In fact, funnily enough, Amazon is one of the better late-game classes in this game, my opinion. Primarily because of the fact that it has a lot of ways around some of the problems with the higher difficulties. So, I guess I could talk about that right now. So, one of the most dominant ways that they add difficulty to the two additional difficulty ranks that I can't think of the name of right now. It's like Inferno and Hell, I want to say. Anyways, no, it's Nightmare and then Hell, isn't it? Anyways, one of those common ways they add difficulty to that is by adding immunities. You know, I'm going to tell you a story about that when we get there. But immunities are a problem, and you have to think about that if you plan for your character to go all the way to the higher difficulties, because if you are a fire sorceress, you are not going to manage it. You're just going to run into too many things that are fire immune, and that's going to be game. So, Amazon has a lot of ways around several immunities, and physical immunity exists in this game, but it is incredibly rare, so not as huge of a problem as other immunities. So Amazon is the Jim Raynor, for those of you who played Heart of the Storm. It's a relatively simple class, even when you get the fun abilities, but that doesn't make it a bad class, and it is a great first class. Now, Assassin was added with the expansion. Obviously, we're considering that part of this because we're playing this version of the game. But, although, funny fact, by the way, you can actually, here, check this out. You see this number here? You can just do that and pretend Lord of Destruction doesn't exist, which gets rid of several of the features of Lord of Destruction, in addition to, obviously, axing Act 5, so that's just kind of fun. Didn't I say Heroes of the Storm? What did I say? I mean, it's the same acronym. What do you want from me? Anyways. So, Assassin. Yeah, there's a lot of good options. I'm going to jot down a positive right now. There's probably enough options to be worthy of a positive, but we'll talk about that later. So, Assassin, right? Now, Assassin at first... Yeah, I know, Reggie. I didn't think I was going to like, because Assassin was just kind of... This is just another melee class. And then I started getting into it. Now, there's a lot of ways to do Assassin. There's a lot of ways to do all of these. But let's just get down to it. Everybody remembers Assassins for traps. Assassins can lay traps, can fling traps, and traps can do all kinds of fun stuff. Yeah, I believe it includes skill synergies. I guess we could test that. I think it gets rid of some of the gem spawning, and I know it changes how the loot generation works. I'm not sure about other than that. I'm not sure if it gets rid of the respec either, now that I'm thinking about it. But anyways, yeah, Trap Assassin is fun. There are other ways to play an Assassin, but yeah, no, it's turret gameplay, it's trap gameplay. One of my friend's favorite things to do on Assassin was, I forget what it is, but it's the thing where you throw a trap, and the throw specifically ignores line of sight. So he would throw traps into rooms we haven't been into yet. Which is exactly as funny as it sounds. Ahem. So, Necromancer. Now, I know, try to be shocked. This is my personal favorite class. We actually talked about this yesterday. There are, in fact, two classes I really, really love in this game. Necro is one of them. Now, you're probably thinking, aha, it's because, you know, he's a Necromancer and you're a Lich dude. Actually, no. In fact, this might have been the very beginnings of me liking undead stuff in video games. I'm not joking. That might have actually come from the Necro in D2. No, the reason I like the Necro is because I didn't play this game single player. So the Necro has two big things going for him. First is summons, of which there are actually a decent number. He has four big things going for him. God. So, first of all, summons. Duh. I like pet classes, and pet classes are rarely actually worth a damn in video games in my experience. Necro is actually a pretty good pet class. You can get an actual army going, or you can focus all your effort onto one very, very powerful golem, and there's some gradient there as well. So that's cool. That's fun. But then there's the fact that, advantage number 2, he has poison damage. That may sound like a weird thing to list as an advantage, but you remember how I mentioned earlier that whole difficulty problem? Very few things are immune to poison damage, and even fewer are not weak to it. So poison damage has great flexibility, or versatility, I guess is actually a better way to put that. Or he has spirit damage. Now, spirit damage is extremely rare, and I'm not sure anything is immune to spirit damage. Just going down the bone caster route with him is insanity. In fact, I believe, at least at the time, it was actually his best overall damage per second output, is if you go full bone spear or full bone spirit, depending on how you build yourself. But the fourth reason is the reason... I'm sorry, that sounds bothering me. The fourth reason is the reason I actually really loved Necro. It's because I didn't play this game solo. I started with that. Some of you caught that, but for those of you who haven't played this game, Necro has a bunch of debuffs that he can do. Curses and hexes and stuff. And those gel with everybody else. You can support any other build in this game as a Necro, if you have the right hex or if you have the right curse. Some of them are kind of generically useful, like amplify damage. Some of them are specifically useful for specific other builds. But a support Necro is awesome, and you know me, I actually love playing support too. So, that's why I played Necro so much. Thank you much, Blue Up Alex. Now let's see. No, adding a block is allowed. Is that out? Is that ported at this point? Yeah, Paladin is supposed to be the support, but Necro is the support. We'll talk about Paladin in just a second. So, Crossspell Duology, and that's trails from... I'm going to write all this down. 0, and trails into Azure. Assuming it's all playable and acceptable in English, then yeah. Oh, okay, that's why. See, I knew it was coming out at some point. Either way, thank you, Wolf Alex. Much appreciate. And I will put that probably towards the Crossspell Duology. Okay, so Barbarian. Now, Barbarian's a weird one. Because, no, these are 3D models. These are sprites. These are, well, actually, to be slightly more accurate, these are 3D models that they took screenshots of and converted into pixel sprites. Barbarian's a weird one. Because looking at Barbarian, like, those of you who haven't played this game, all one of you in chat, what playstyle do you think Barbarian has? Tank, melee DPS, tank, yep, nope, good guess. Pure melee, yep. Smashy, smashy. So Barbarian is the utility. It's bizarre. Barbarian is the... Amazon is actually what you were just thinking in terms of playstyle. As Assassin can too. Technically so can Paladin, but no. The Barbarian can do all kinds of stuff. So the Barbarian has... God, we're not even going to start with this. The Barbarian can summon potions and gear from corpses, which I know sounds like a minor thing, but in a game like this, it's actually a surprisingly useful ability, especially if you go for it, full into it. Barbarians have an ability called Hup. That's not what it's called. I don't know what it's called. I don't care, because I've called it Hup ever since this game came out. In fact, I've called jumping abilities in other games Hup. because of this. Now, you might think, what's the point of Hup? Well, Hup allows you to not only bypass enemies, but also terrain and traps and just general repositioning. It's kind of like playing a Dragoon over in Final Fantasy. Because, yeah, there's the jump and leap, and then there's the jump and leap attack, and you could jump through stuff, you could jump over walls in some cases. The Barbarian also obviously gains a lot of passive abilities, which allows your gear to turn you into a death machine. But then there's like the support abilities, and it's weird. Barbarian is very fun, don't mistake me. But I'll tell you, when I first played Barbarian, my thought was, rawr, smash, and then I was like, oh dude, no, this is awesome. Then we've got Paladin of Blessed Zakarum. This is Jeffrey here. Now, Paladin, once again, you probably look at that and you think, tank. And, well, yeah, a Paladin can tank. There is actually a tank build for Paladin specifically, but Paladin is... So Paladin was originally designed to be support, but what Paladin actually is whatever the hell you want it to be. I know this sounds obvious, but Paladin is so malleable in how you build it that a Paladin can hang in almost any difficulty. It's probably overall objectively the best class, depending on what you're valuing. Like if you're valuing damage output, it's not going to be a Paladin. But if you're valuing someone who can hang in any difficulty in any fight on any boss in the entire game, that's a Paladin. So, obviously everybody knows about Hammerdins. Hammerdin is when you summon a spiraling hammer that goes around you and hits stuff as it's going, and it's the closest thing to an AoE the Paladin has, except for the auras. Paladins have several auras. Some of them are great, some of them are supportive, some of them actually just do damage, some of them can actually cause variances in how the enemy's formulas work for damage taking, and just... There's all sorts of fun, wonderful auras there. The Paladin can also do things that aren't super obvious, and I can't just describe with a word. Like, go ahead and try and hit me, all it's going to do is cause damage to the people around you, kind of a problem. Like, there's a reason Paladin was so well known for being the person who could solo... what was the name of, like, the Super Terror Diablo? I can't actually remember what it's called right now. Back in the day. Ubers, that's right. Paladin could solo Ubers. That sounds weird nowadays, given the other company that has taken the word Uber and added it to common lexicon, but yeah, Paladins could do some fun stuff. Then we have Sorceress, my second favorite class. Now, there is one downside to the Sorceress, and that is the fact that you do kind of have to pigeonhole yourself on her, although if you've been paying attention, that's true for all of them. But as a Sorceress, you are either lightning, fire, or ice. There's not a lot of builds that really work throughout all three trees. So that's what I mean. You're an ice sorceress, you're a lightning sorceress, or you're a fire sorceress. However, all three of these builds are quite viable, with the caveat I've already mentioned. Lightning is fun, so the way lightning works... We're going to get rid of that sound effect. Lightning is extraordinarily fun and random. One of the spells you get later, I forget what it's called, has a damage range of 1 to 1,000. In case I'm not getting that across, most damage is like 8 to 12, or 1 to 4, or 50 to 63. She has a spell that has a damage from 1 to 1,000. Most lightning spells have this huge gap, this huge variability in the dice roll in her damage. Lightning is very random. However, as a natural consequence, the cap on what kind of damage she can do as lightning is very high. Now, if you want something a little bit more reliable in just true, damage output, then you go with fire. Fire can obviously leave all kinds of fun stuff on the ground, which is just as useful, actually arguably more useful than it was in D1, because it won't burn you. Like, you can have fields of fire, you can have the hydras, which are extremely helpful. There's the meteors, which is how you kill bosses that don't move. Fire is just the consistent, I want something in front of me to die build. It's very reliable. Then there's Frost, which is my personal favorite. Frost is... they pretty much took Frost Sorceress and copy-pasted into World of Warcraft as the Frost Mage. Probably a good move. Frost is I want to make it... I don't do as much damage as fire, and I don't do as much damage potential as lightning, but you're going to be a little bit slower and or frozen, depending. Frost is kind of the tanky build, not so much in the fact that it gives you more ability to live, so much as the fact that it makes them harder to hit you. Frost is extremely helpful in a group, too. That's the main reason I prefer it. Because Frost, yeah, Frost is all about stay there, stay there. Yeah, Frost, so I was actually going to mention that. So this is going to sound like a weird thing. Diablo 2 was still beginning to understand what an AoE is. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but some of you who've been playing video games since the old days, you know that back in the day, AoEs, especially in games like this, PC games, didn't really exist. We actually showcased this in D1, if you're paying attention. Like Lightning Nova, whatever it's called, I think it's just Nova, wasn't an AoE. What it was it spawned a bunch of individual projectiles, which then fanned out, right? So if something slips through the cracks there, it doesn't get hit, right? A true AoE hits an actual area of effect, hence the term, and just gets this spot. So there are a few AoE spells, but most of the Sorceress spells are still not AoE. They're still projectiles, which can still be dodged. Fire has the biggest problem with this in my experience. Obviously, Meteor has bong, and there's the delay, but even a Firebolt or Fireball, screwing that up again, is something that you have to aim and you can miss. By contrast, the Frost spells have a larger hurt box, and many of them have the ability to just kind of hit a large gradient. Of course, everybody knows Glacial Sphere, or whatever it's called, Frost Sphere, Frost Orb, because what that does is it shoots out a projectile, which shoots out projectiles in a spiral around it. Still not a true AoE, but lots and lots of projectiles flying around everywhere. Much easier to hit enemies. So that's a brief rundown of the classes. Obviously, all of these are going to be positives, because all of these are well designed. So we're just going to... Right now we're going to put question marks by all of this, but we're just going to write down positives for Amazon, and then Assassin. I keep writing on the names. Necro, Barb, Paladin, Pally, Sorceress. But if you've been paying any kind of attention, there's a specific character that I haven't been talking about. So this is Druid. Druid sucks. No, I'm kidding. Hang on. So let's explain Druid for a second here. My friend Pax was playing the D4 beta, and apparently Druid is actually pretty fun there, but I'll talk about this in a second. Oh, I agree with that, Mr. Druid. So the problem with Druid... okay, opinion realm. The problem with Druid is that it has no identity. There is no... Blizzard likes to use the term class fantasy to describe this kind of stuff, and it's part of the heart of their class design. It's one of the reasons the classes in WoW will also be getting positives for every single class when we get there. But Druid, in particular, doesn't have a class identity. He's kind of a Necromancer, because he's got summons, but they're not that great. He's kind of a mage, like Sorceress, because he can do frost and lightning damage, but not really. And he's kind of the Amazon, because he's got the shape-shifting forms. And that's the problem. That is the problem right there, is there's no true identity to the Druid. And so they didn't really have anything to latch onto, and he just feels not as designed as the others. Now, is the Druid a bad class? That's a good question. We'll be playing the Druid. So we'll be refreshing ourselves here. But... Oh, excuse me, there's also physical damage. Apologies. I actually didn't even know that one. But either way, here's the problem. Here's the thing. The main reason we're going to go ahead and be playing as Druid is specifically because of the fact that I know it the least. Because I remember playing it the moment Lord of Destruction, the expansion, came out. My friend was playing an Assassin, I actually already mentioned that. And I jumped right on Druid, and I was like, Druid! And I hated it. I could not stand it. I actually ended up being like, can we reroll? And he was like, no, I love this character. And I'm like, okay. I couldn't stand it. I just, oh god, I hated it. So we'll see what we think of it. Actually, you know what? Hang on, let's delete him. Oh yeah, this is actually a nice quality of life feature, and I mean that sincerely. In order to permanently delete a character, you have to hold down the delete button for 5 seconds. That's called idiot proofing, and it's a very valuable thing that some games do not understand exists for a reason. So sorry, actually, your name is Hakan, isn't it? Yes, play Jamal. God, that looks good. I'm sorry, I actually really like how this looks. I hate to gush about graphics. Look at that. Geez, where do I even start? Well, hang on. Controls, we can remap. Oh, thank God. I was gonna be pissed. Oh, I was gonna be so pissed. There was gonna be just death. Hang on. That should be E. That should be T. That doesn't matter. W. There's the skills, which we can remap. Speaking of which, we're gonna go ahead and do that. Might as well. There we go. Okay, we've got toggle, which is correct. That's correct. Sorry, just making sure everything's right. Should be right. ETN. T's there. Zoom's there. Yes. Okay. So, couple things before we get forward. You can do this if you really want to. I'm not sure why you'd want to, but you can. But yeah, no, the real thing we want to show off is this. Because this is what you remember.
Good day.
Hang on. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Tell memories for... We didn't talk about that. Hang on, what was that button again? F. That was it. Oh, wow. Oh, God. Oh, God. Welcome to your nightmares. Oh my goodness. Yep, this is how we're gonna do it. This is our review right here. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm obviously taking the piss a little bit here. Honestly, this is good looking. All joking aside. They did some good stuff with the visuals. In fact, there's only one part of this game I don't think looks good in this style. Can anyone guess what it is? Yeah, we're just gonna play the game like this. This is our game now. Just run over the chickens. Gotta run over the chickens. Very important. Then we're playing Zelda for a minute. The lava? The jungle? The hell? Nope, it's all of Act 5. I don't know what it is. Actually, I know what it is, and I'll show it off when we get there. But when we get to Act 5... the appearance just gets worse, in my opinion. Like, I will describe it. I'll show it to you once we get to Act 5. But, like, look at this. Look at the... oh, God, you can't see the mouse. Look at the level of detail on the moss that's growing on this little outcropping of rock. Look at... there's little bits of calcification you could see in some of the rocks to help differentiate them. You could see patches of ground underneath the dirt. There's... God, you could see individual coals burning in the fire. There's stubs where they've knocked over trees, because this used to be a forest area, and they cleared it to set up this temporary encampment. Tons and tons and tons and tons of detail here. And it's beautiful and gorgeous, and then we get to Act 5. Like, even frickin' Geed's section here. Like, check this out. Got his little stacked crates and barrels and larger barrels. He's got mugs of something. He's got a water skin for some reason. All sorts of sacks of something. He's got some random shovels and pickaxes. And I sure hope the game isn't implying that he's a grave robber. No, of course it wouldn't be. That wouldn't be visual storytelling in a Blizzard game. We've got our crude palisade. Oh yeah, by the way, the rogue encampment can be very minorly different depending on the randomization. We'll talk more about that later. But yeah, we got this nice palisade going on. We got gorgeous trees. I hate to gush, but look at the detail on those trees up there in the upper left. Can't show you properly, but just trust me on this one. Just trust me on that. We can see bits and pieces. This section here, this serves no purpose. It's just here to be a doodad. It's just here to emphasize the temporary nature of this. The fact that they've just set up this camp and they've still got people, like, trying to unpack a little bit. Ditto with down here. We've got a little bit of the flag. That actually does not have the symbol of Condurus in it. That's surprising. It should. Cows. Like, we could see chunks where they've actually been chopping up the wood, not just for... I mean, there's literally an axe right in front of me, for God's sakes. But they've been chopping up the wood. They've also been sawing down the logs in order to make the palisades. We've got a bit of booze. Got to have the booze. Very important. Lovely river. Notice that you can see the underbrush, the foliage of the river slowly kind of creeping out in between the rocks. We can actually zoom in on this one. Look at that. You can actually see some of the individual rocks that are forming the riverbed there. You cannot kill these cows. There are other cows you can kill. There's our bridge. We'll come back to that in a minute. We don't want to talk to Akari yet. My point I'm trying to get across is that even in graphics made in the late 90s, this looks good. Remember what I was talking about old, games are good or bad regardless? Hey, that's actually a banner of the Sisters of the Sightless Eye right there. And we've got a little... Oh, by the way, you can't quite tell, but this is actually a barracks. Temporary barracks. You can actually see some of the cots in there. This is probably where they've been recovering. Excuse me. Even Charcy here has, like, her own temporary setup. I forgot to show her off earlier. She's a barbarian. She's a Children of Bulkathos. But as you can see, just the individual sticks, each of which is casting an individual shadow, by the way. We've got tongs, we've got hammers, we've got daggers and knives, and chunks of metal going into the forge. We've got our anvil right there, which is right next to the pitch. Like, Charcy's barely wearing any clothing. I know that sounds like a weird thing to point out, but it actually makes sense because she's a blacksmith working next to a forge all day. And yeah, then there's the forge itself, which is very temporary. It looks clear that they just kind of dug up this little chunk of earth, placed a few bricks there, and said, all right, now throw some coals in. Which makes perfect sense, because again, temporary camp. Everything about this, I know I'm going on about this, but everything about this is getting across brickwork and visual storytelling. Even without talking to a single character, we have an idea of what's going on here, which is the point. So, it looks a little different, as you can see. God, that is butter smooth, too. Just love that frame rate. Look at that. Oh my god, that looks so good. They've actually added detail to the wagon. Do you see that? Like, there's frickin' pots and pans hanging from the side. There's baskets inside. There's little chunks of garlic that their people are holding on to. Pots up here, little thing. Oh, they've actually braced it. They've braced the wheels with sacks of something to make sure it doesn't roll anywhere. Look at that. Oh my god. Added more foliage coming up and little planks of wood. The palisade itself looks great. Oh. Geed, of course, he's got even more stuff now. Look at that. Geed's really got it going on. Damn. Yeah, there we go. There's a good shot. Oh, right. I can also do this. I keep forgetting I've got the zoom function. Look at that. Just look at that screen for 5 seconds. He's still got the grave robbing. I mean, the legitimate acquisition of gear robbing. Look at the mud. Look at how the mud looks. Look at how there's actually chunks where the wheels have clearly been like scraping in because of how long it's been sitting there. Good God. It's true. It's not robbing if it's just lying around. Here's the thing I was showing off earlier. Sorry for forgetting that the zoom is a feature. There's even a freaking quiver next to this thing. And a spear. Oh my goodness, this looks so good. Yeah, it looks like someone actually put some time and attention into this game. There's that cow. Gotta kill the cow. Much better detail on the logs. You can see the splinters of the logs that have been chopped here. And of course, we've got an axe just stuck in these as we've been breaking this apart bit by bit. Gotta have the booze. Very important booze. Let's see how the river looks. Oh, we've got additional palisade. We've got, I forget what that's actually called. Whatever this stuff is called. To help defend against the one flank where we don't have a wall. Bugs are now present. The grass is individually swaying if you pay attention to that. Can't quite see the water. We have to actually go out over that. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute. There we go. You can kind of see the water over there. A little bit. A little bit. Come to a car in a minute. We don't want to talk to her yet. Oh, I like that lighting. A little bloomy. Much more obvious now what's going on with the barracks. That's nice. Look at that. You can actually see the medical tent, so to speak. Whoop, someone's trying to talk to me. Gotta get away. Get away. Also, I'll see a bit of gear now in Charcy's place. Look at that. Oh my god. All the same stuff is there. They've actually fleshed out several of it. This is ridiculous. Sorry, Blue Up Alex. Sorry. I'll try to be a cantankerous person more. Oh yeah, speaking of which, let's look at us for a second. That was... I need to remember these buttons. There we go. Now, I actually don't mean to cast aspirations. This is actually pretty decent sprite work. It's vague, but what it does right is it is stylized. Look at our character for just a second, and while there's a lot of vagueness in it, we effectively don't even have a face. We can still get across what we're looking at relatively quickly and easily. We're wearing something that looks like loose clothing. We've got some kind of claw thing on one shoulder, and a chunk of what looks like leather on the other. So as you can see, we look kind of like we're of the wilds. We've also got a nice long ponytail, and you get the general idea. Then, of course... I gotta remember my buttons, 'cause there we go. This is what we look like now. We've still got the bear claw on our shoulder. Still got the ponytail. It's, much better. We have a face now, which is crazy. We also have no spells at all. That's cool. Anyways. So, yeah, that's, me spending way too much time giving many positives for this. So let's actually think about this. God. Oh, yeah. Here's the mini-map, or the map, or however you want to think of that. So... where do I even begin with this? Oh, Manuela. Right. The other teacher. I mean, I'm just saying, she's the only one. So there's what it looked like originally. Now, I should probably mention, and I did yesterday, this map occasionally had issues. That mini-map right there, it depended on the terrain. Act 2 was particularly bad about this. So I intend to be paying attention as we go through and see how good, bad, or in between this is. But it is still getting across... It's still the same general concept. It is still a very tile-based, representation-based, this is what you're looking at thing, and still it gets effectively the same positives that D1s did for the same reasons. It might get more, it will depend on the visual distinction. Yep, so before we go any further... Actually, you know what? No, hang on. Let's before we go any further, I gotta remember all my buttons. Before I even begin. So rogue encampment. By this point in history, the term doodads was actually an industry term. So I can actually call them that now and not have anyone be confused by it. Excuse me, I'll show off the map options in just a minute. Give me a moment. because I'm not done talking about the town. So, hubs and towns are neat from a storytelling perspective. In fact, I would go so far as to say that they are required from a storytelling perspective. I can name several games right off the top of my head, Fantasy 13, where not interacting with town or NPCs or people removes from the enjoyment of a game. I know that's not exclusive to me. I know several people who have that issue in several games. Like, think of a game which has a menu-based mission select, right? Instead of having, like, a town hub that you go to, or a mission headquarters or whatever. There's... it removes you a step from immersion. It removes you a step from being a part of the game and actually experiencing the story. And so that tends to be a bad thing. So obviously, stuff like this is really good from a storytelling axis. But let's talk about hub, which is something I talk about all the time. It's hub and town design from a gameplay perspective. Now, the overwhelming majority of towns and hubs are big fat washes when it comes to design. But every now and again, you see one that is really bad. But every now and again, you also see one that's really good. So let's think about this for a moment. When we pop out, I'm just going to tell you this right now. When we pop out of a town portal, we pop out right down here. From right here, we have very quick and easy access to Cane, spoiler, and Bank. First two things right next to us, without hesitation.
Welcome.
Sorry, I'll come back to you. We also have the ability to refresh our person. Over there is the magic vendor. Up there is the vendor. Immersion is always going to be story, Jay Palmer. So, there is gameplay and story integration, but that's separate. So, what I'm trying to say is that this is actually a well-designed hub. It's not the best I've ever seen, but you'll notice that actual thought was put about what should be where so that we can interact with the right things quickly and efficiently when all we care about is going to sell some stuff, buying some new potions, and getting back to the dungeon, right? Probably the only exception to this is Geed, and Geed is the super optional vendor over here, who, let's be honest, you probably shouldn't be talking to Geed anyways, but you get my point. So, good hub design, too. Now, I'm not going to admit that I just gave 4 separate positives to the rogue encampment. But I just gave 4 separate positives to the rogue encampment. So, now let's talk about this thing. Examples of good hubs. Oh, Jesus. Dalaran, World of Warcraft. That's a good hub from a gameplay perspective. So, we have options for the auto map. So obviously right now it's set to full screen. We can also set it to minimap right, which is that right there. It effectively becomes a minimap. I'm hurrying, Black Vulcan, I'm hurrying. So then we just have this up there, very unobtrusive, out of the way. It's functionally the same radius, I think is the word I want to use. But obviously you see less of it because it's smaller and it's up there in the corner. But for people who don't want that giant glaring thing right in the middle of your face, there you go. You can also change that. Whoop, hang on, wrong screen. You can also change it over here if you happen to prefer it to be up there. So yeah, at this point, it becomes a mini-map. Good mini-map. And again, a toggleable mini-map. But then, hang on, we got other stuff to play with. Because we can also put it in the middle, and we could do auto opacity, which I don't think we can actually properly show off right now. No, we kind of can. So you see how it's kind of fading out as we're getting close to stuff? It's probably not obvious, but the whole point behind that is to try and make it a little bit easier to see the stuff that you're right next to. Then, you can also do custom opacity. You can just decide, I want this opacity for the auto-map opacity. You can do whatever the hell you want on that one. We're not going to do that because, of course, we don't want opacity at all. We can also determine whether it'll open or close automatically when entering a game. Center when cleared, which allows it to recenter the auto map on your character when it's opened. Show party members, show character names, show game names, show terror zones. So these aren't the best options in the universe, but what they are is they are good options for an already good minimap. Now, I don't mind playing like this, but for the sake of the stream, we're going to go ahead and let's put it in the right, because that's where I usually put my minimap. So we're going to go ahead and put that up there. And we're just going to kind of leave that up. And yeah, this is, in total sincerity, this is not just good minimap design. This is what minimaps kind of grew out of. I don't know if this is literally the first game with a minimap, but it's definitely like one of the earlier games. Obviously, Diablo 1 had something that kind of was a minimap as well, and so did Doom. But those are like just bare bones, you know, sticks and stones kind of minimaps. Honestly, true minimap design wouldn't actually become a thing until the PlayStation 2 era, which is, I want to say, like 1 or 2 years after this. But anyways. Okay. So, minimap. Good. And yes, old RTS games obviously had minimaps as well, to varying degrees of terrible. And I'm just going to call them that, because they kind of were terrible. 4X games were interesting, but we'll talk about those later. Hey, we actually have a reflection. Do you see that? In the puddle? It's right there. Huh. Anyways. But yeah, so. First time... hang on, let's do this properly. So first time I fire up the game, and I'm like, oh man, this game's cool. I can't wait to play this game with my friends. Made a Barbarian first, of course I did. I'm like, this is neat. Oh, wow. This is what the V button does to Koida. Oh, wow, that's... Huh. Let's see. Looks like E is it. So, yes is the answer to your question, Dakota. That's actually more important than it sounds. We'll talk more about that later. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget. No, the real thing I wanted to do here, the real thing I wanted to talk about, is this button. Now, I know that we kind of banged on about the walk speed and how much it sucked and how much I gave 3 separate negatives for it. But the point is, I want to say, no hyperbole, no joking, you know, no trying to bash D1. When I first fired up D2, and I'm chatting with my friend, and he's like, dude, hit R. And I'm like, what? Why? And so I hit R, and then all of a sudden, and I was just like, oh my god. And I'm not actually joking, we spent, God, like 5 or 6 minutes just running around town, enjoying the fact that we had a run button. Now you're probably thinking, oh, so that's a good thing, right? So this thing down here is called a stamina bar. So we'll talk more about that later. But anyways. So let's do this proper lag.
Greetings, stranger. I'm not surprised to see your kind here. Many adventurers have traveled this way since the recent troubles began. No doubt you've heard about the tragedy that befell the town of Tristram. Some say that Diablo, the Lord of Terror, walks the world again. I don't know if I believe that, but a dark wanderer did travel this route a few weeks ago. He was headed east to the mountain pass guarded by the rogue monastery. Maybe it's nothing, but evil seems to have trailed in his wake. You see, shortly after the wanderer went through, the monastery's gates to the pass were closed, and strange creatures began ravaging the countryside. Until it's safer outside the camp and the gates are reopened, I'll remain here with my caravan. I hope to leave for Lutga Lane before the shadow that fell over Tristram consumes us all. If you're still alive then, I'll take you along. You should talk to Akara, too. She seems to be the leader of this camp. Maybe she can tell you more.
Okay, so I forgot about the cinematic, because I forget about the cinematic. That's my bad. Before we do the cinematic, I just want to say Michael McConaughey is awesome. He's done some good stuff over the years, usually a villain. But what I love about Michael McConaughey is he so seamlessly slides into that warm, fatherly tone, right? Like, hear how he sounds when he's talking as Uther, for example, or Warrive here. He's just like, hey, what's going on? And it's funny, because for those of you not aware, Michael McConaughey voices the Lich King, among other villainous roles. Ahem. But anyways. The World of Warcraft Lich King. Warcraft 3's Lich King. I actually don't remember who voices it. Favorite paladin in all of Warcraft? Arthas. Ahem. So. Yep, that's about what a hospital looks like. Poor Marius. Yeah, if it's not obvious, this is a completely new cinematic. Same general style, direction, and storyboarding, but this is rendered from scratch.
At last, I find you.
Tyrael. Yes. Yes, now I recognize you. I should have known you'd travel in disguise. They're always watching.
I've been searching for you for a long time, Marius. I was rather beginning to think you didn't want to be found.
Oh, forgive me, Tyrael, please. It wasn't my fault.
Not your fault. Tell me, Marius, how was it not your fault?
The Wanderer. Yes, it was the Wanderer. My days at the Rogue Citadel seemed so long ago. I sought refuge from my memories in the company of other outcasts, high in the mountains past the Eastern Gate. Days at a time. For when I dreamt, the memories would return. Memories of the monastery and the evil which had claimed it. Dreams, memories. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Evil from my dreams followed me at my heels. How had he found me here?
It's us.
How could this broken shell of a man, barely able to carry the weight of his own sword, be the burning terror which drove me to hide here? He seemed to have demons of his own. He struggled to contain. And he was losing. As I watched, I became convinced that I was truly mad. The terror, the destruction, the evil I witnessed. How else could I explain them? Were these the demons from my dream, or were they born within the Wanderer? should I follow him? I don't know. Why do things happen as they do in dreams? All I know is that when he beckoned, I had to follow him. From that moment, we traveled together, east. Always into the east.
And some people were asking, I'm not going to play the whole thing. Although we do have a hypothetical thing we need to resolve at some point. But as you can see, they do include the original cinematics. So, I'm going to say something that's going to make me unpopular. I think that's the worst cinematic... no, excuse me. Second worst cinematic in the game. Third worst cinematic in the game. Had to think about that. For a second. Because it's... Shut up, Wadid. It's still good. Of course it's still good. It's just, it's the one I tend to not rewatch. It's actually part of why I forgot to play it. Like, several people had to remind me twice that hey, you need to replay the intro. Oh, yeah, I guess. Like, I like the in-between Act 1 and Act 2 cinematic. I like the in-between Act 2 and Act 3 cinematic. Act 4 ending is pretty good. And, of course, I guess that's actually it. But the point being... And you're probably wondering, why don't you like that one? The most obvious answer is it's the same nightmare thing from Diablo 1. Now, it's not going to get a negative, of course, that's not getting a negative. But you can see how it's still trying to follow that overall thematic vibe of nightmares. Oh god, horror. They pull a lot of the same tricks, it's just they've figured out how to use the camera better. Metaphorically. They've literally figured out the technology better. So they could do things like the spiraling camera twist, or following a creature as it's going on the ground, or seeing something being burned or stabbed or whatever. It's almost the same cinematography as the Diablo 1 cinematic, but just executed a lot better, right? Nevertheless, even if you ignore all of that, which is relatively easy to do, if you're paying attention, that's a lot of exposition that got across in a very short period of time. Let's ignore the Baal stuff for just a second, and instead let's focus on the actual incident in the monastery. We find out Marius has survived. We know... Marius, wow, wrong word. We found out that Aiden survived. We find out that Marius was part of the crew that actually dealt with the monastery back in D1. We don't know the specifics, but we don't need to. All we need to know is Marius was a survivor of Diablo 1. A lot of bad stuff happened in that game, so that tracks. Aiden is there. We see the Dark Wanderer. Obviously, we have the Soulstone. And since the promise of the ending of D1 was, you must now wrestle with the beast for all time, we can now see... Excuse me, God. You can now see we're losing that battle. Aiden is not doing super hot, all things considered. Now, someone in chat mentioned this in mid-cutscene. Do you think... when do you think exactly Aiden lost that battle? I actually think we just saw it. I think Diablo took sufficient amount of control in that moment that from that moment onwards, Diablo was the primary pilot, for lack of a better way to put it. Obviously, the two would continue to wrestle for a little bit of time henceforth, but shrug, right? Now, someone else also asked, do I think that Baal was using an illusion? So, before I come back to that for just a moment, I do want to rewind a little bit. I've already given this away a couple times. I apologize. That's not Tyrael in the intro. The voice actor alone should give it away. It's not that big of a twist. Not really. But, you know, it's like, horrible, horrible sanitarium, which is funny in a setting like this, where demons are a thing. Pardon me. But anyways, a cloaked gentleman goes and visits Marius. Marius is like, oh god, oh god, oh god. Freaking out. And one of the biggest... Tyrael also wouldn't act like that. But, that's true, we don't actually know who Tyrael is. That was technically our very... I shouldn't say it that way. I don't know why I said... That is actually our very first showcasing of angels in the entire franchise. Anyways, so... Dude who's totally Tyrael shows up and is like, hey, Marius's biggest reaction is guilt and shame. Did you catch that? Very, very quickly and efficiently. It's not my fault. It wasn't me. It was the Wanderer. I didn't do it. I tried to do it. You know, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, oh god, oh god, oh god. A little bit of freaking out there because of something we don't know yet, of course. No, subtitles I'm pretty sure were something they added for this. I leave them on because I tend to like subtitles. But then Tyrael is like, what? Oh, really? And I love the voice he uses. I love Bale's voice. I can't remember who he is right off the top of my head. He does several things for Blizzard. He almost always voices a villain. And speaking as someone who played StarCraft before this game, I was like, oh, whoever that is, that's a villain. Now, at the time, I just thought Tyrael was a villain. That was my initial reaction. Okay, Tyrael's a bad guy. Got it. Not your fault. How was it not your... Like, just the way he says that. Anyways. It depends on the angel, Trihexia. Angels are not as unified as you'd think. Playfulness. I agree with that, Zavon, and you're right. Anyways, so... a specific question was asked was, do I think that the person that was specifically illusioning themselves, or did they just take advantage of the moment and run with it? The latter. Easily. The person who that is not known for his planning capacity. He's not much of a schemer or a long-term thinker. So, my vibe is he was just walking in. He's playful. He's probably going there to torture Marius. After all, he is after something. But as he's sitting there, you know, oh, yeah, Tyrael, yes, that's me, Tyrael, uh-huh, yep. That's what I think. I think he was just rolling with it. Yeah, he really likes messing with people. Anyways, so, now really quick, we are going to hop on a couple of characters just super quick. We're not going to do all of this. But I do want to show off a couple of things. So this is Banrock, the Barbarian.
Good day.
We're going to go talk to Charcy.
Wow, you're a barbarian, huh? It's really great to meet you. I've seen a few of your kind around here lately. I'm a little jealous. I wish I could go off adventuring with you. Oh, by the way, I'm Charcy, the blacksmith here in camp.
Hang on. Audio. I'm going to turn that music slightly. It's overpowering the voice acting just a bit. Then we're going to hop on Zool.
Good day.
A Necromancer? I hoped I'd never have to lay my eyes on one of your kind again. The recent troubles in this area have brought out all kinds, I see. Nevertheless, your money's good.
Okay, well, there's the rest of that later. There's actually several of these throughout the acts. We're only going to do some of the early ones because all my characters are level 1 nobodies. Cassia.
Good day.
Well, well. I never expected to see an Amazon in these lands. You're very brave to have come here. Many of my fellow sisters have fallen under some dark spell, and if you're not careful, you may fall prey to it as well.
Nah, I'm good. I got a spear.
Good day. Well met, noble paladin. It's been a while since I've seen any of your kind in the West. It would be an honor to aid you in any way that I can. No.
Javelin, spear, bow. They're all the same thing. Alright, I don't think either of these two have these. That just leaves you.
Good day.
Greetings, young sorceress. It is good to see more of your kind at work in the world these dark days. In my opinion, the world needs more women to fight against the Great Shadow. But I am forgetting my manners.
And that's all the opening stuff, and we're gonna go bow out for a second and go back to our actual character, Khan. There's no unique things.
Your presence honors me. Charcy seems to be a very sweet girl. She's the smith around here and can help you by trading weapons and armor.
Oh yeah, by the way, a very small but relevant quality of life feature they added in D2, this is true in the original too, is the introduction button. If you couldn't do that in D1, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you talk to someone and then accidentally didn't listen or click through it or whatever, sucks to be you. You never get their intro again. But here you can just click it like that. It's not quite an audio log, but it's the beginnings of one. Okay, so let's go talk to Charcy.
Hi there. I'm Charcy, the blacksmith here in camp. It's good to see some strong adventurers around here. Many of our sisters fought bravely against Diablo when he first attacked the town of Tristram. They came back to us true veterans, bearing some really powerful items. Seems like their victory was short-lived, though. Most of them are now corrupted by Ondario.
Oh, sorry. What's the zoom in button? There we go. Zoom in. Also, Charcy is ripped, because of course she is. She's a blacksmith. And a daughter of Bulkathos.
Good day.
Oh, God.
Good day to you, partner. I'm Geed, and I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp. A spare weapon, some gold, a small gem is all I want in exchange for the equipment you'll need on whatever quest you might undertake. No, don't be shy. All of my items are guaranteed for life and come with a 2-day warranty.
Whoa, that's pretty good. In medieval times. And yes, I do plan to talk about the Druid, although I've kind of already said why I think the Druid is bad, but we'll see how it actually reviews.
The Sisterhood welcomes you. Welcome, Outlander, to our glorious hovel.
Kerrigan!
I know you're here to challenge the evil that's driven us from our ancestral home. But know this. Akara may be our spiritual leader, but I command the rogues in battle. It will take more than just killing a few beasts in the wilderness to earn my trust.
So, D3 has a weird habit of trying to obviously connect with D1 and D2 without directly connecting with D1 or 2, which is really actually frustrating as hell. I know I'm not the only person who automatically assumed that the Barbarian, for example, in D3 is the Barbarian from D2. Just aged a bit because it's been a few years. And it's like, whatever. So, sorry, before we move any further, HUD. There we go. So, HUD, as I was saying. Life, mana, spell, regular attack, stats, which will obviously pop up when you have stats, skills, same. All this menu stuff, which you can actually get rid of. Current stamina, whether you're running or not, current experience, and hotkeys, which I just realized I'm about to fix. Then we've got the HUD. Life, mana, hotkeys, spell, attack, abilities, run, stamina, experience. This is a pretty good HUD. For essentially the same reasons it was a pretty good HUD in D1, minus it taking up 27.04% of the screen, or whatever the It was 27 point something, I remember that. So, good HUD design right off the bat. Now, before we go any further, 27.04, I was right! Memory! I was right. We haven't even done the first quest yet. We're an hour and a half into this. It's a good HUD. It's a good HUD. I like it. We have a weird question. Weird quandary. Aha! See, I knew if I asked a question, Diabetes, people would answer it. Same, by the way, with regards to music. Is that... Hang on. It is! There's just, like, pots and little, like, cooking implements by the fire, which actually makes total sense. God damn. That's just... Oh, yeah, so obviously this is, you know, there's the character stuff. So, mostly the same as in D1, actually. Not a lot of differences here. However, there are some advanced stats which we'll be able to look at later. We'll come back to that at some other point. But, you know, same general stuff. Stamina, life, mana. Now we have fire, cold, lightning, and poison. There actually are other damage types, as I've already mentioned, flat out. Attack rating, that's percent to hit. And then we've got regular attack. This is one slight difference, so you can dual wield in D2. So that's why there's attack damage, attack rating. Because left and right click. Now right now I just have, you know, physical attack bound to both of those. But that can change depending on what items I have equipped or what abilities I have equipped. And yes, you can see the exact percentage to hit there and percentage to block. Now, I'll talk more about that later. Don't let me forget. But then we've got strength, which is obvious. It actually, you know, the mouse over is real. They've actually got mouse overs now, so it increases attack damage, increases attack rating, and allows you to equip stuff. Life and vitality, and of course, mana. Then we got this lovely stuff. These are the talent trees. We'll come back to that. And my bindings are wrong. Where are my bindings wrong? Ah, that's why. Okay. So, we're going to do a little bit of rebinding. Give me a sec, give me a sec. That's why it was wrong earlier. Okay, that makes sense. So I actually want this to be 5, 6. This... Slightly different than what we were doing before. We'll also show that off at some point. That's already there. That shouldn't matter. Swap doesn't matter for our purposes. That's fine. I'll have to figure out what that button does. I want that to be... I don't know, we'll put that there. Some other doesn't matter. So we can do move. Where's move? Where's move? Force move. There it is. B, which is where that should be. Save custom. There we go. Excuse me. Okay, so we have weapon swaps, which I've never used and never will, but it's a thing. Inventory is a little bit better. First of all, gold doesn't take up inventory space. Holy crap. Second of all, the way they do the inventory is slightly different. That's all I'm going to say about that for now. But as you can see, we have more equipment slots. We have gloves, and we have more accessories. The belt, of course, which is actually the most important thing to do in this entire thing. And I think that's actually it for the moment. One moment. Why is it not? Oh, that's why, because I moved it up there. Let's just fix that real quick. Although that should be a thing. Yep, it is. Okay, cool. Sorry, one moment. Fixing. Gotta keep on fixing. Where's the button I'm looking for? Oh, it's right there. There we go. Yes. How else can I review it, Dream Whisperer? Yeah, we'll come back to that. Alright, so we have an excellent question to ask. So, this is very unique. In fact, I can only think of one other game ever which has had this. And I'm not sure if we should debate this or how we should debate this, but I want some feedback. I know my opinion on this, but I do like feedback. So this game looks like this, and also looks like this. Functionally, that is two separate aspects of brickwork and visual design. So, I'll be right back while you debate that. The latest version of the game has both. That's the problem, if you can call it that. Oh yeah, perspective mode. God, where was that? I don't remember where that option was. I saw it earlier. Oh, there it is. Perspective mode. Oh, that's actually disorienting. This is what perspective mode is, by the way. So that's nauseating. Behold the nausea. Blech. Oh no, that was just me reacting to Eric showing up. My bad. Hi, Eric. B4 isn't out yet. Do I have to? Okay, fine. Oh god. Oh god. Nausea. Nausea everywhere. So this is perspective mode. Okay, we're done. That's enough. Oh, there we go. Ah, okay. I'm not actually exaggerating. That's legitimately nauseating. But I'm glad it's an option. Thank God it's not a mandate, because then I don't think I could ever play this game. Well, we have to show off the worst class in the game, Eric, obviously. So... No, I think that's the same sound. I mean, it's different in this mode, obviously. So I see several people saying that it shouldn't, that we shouldn't review the other thing. So I disagree. Because the exact version of the game we're playing is this game. The one that I have on my screen right now. Which has this option. I can play the entire game like this if I wanted to. That is in the game. It is part of the game. The game gets credit for it. That's how we've always approached these things. So... I mean, the fact that you can swap it on the fly is a completely separate positive, which we did give to Halo, if you'll remember. And yeah, you notice the ratio changes there whenever we do that. So, that's going to be interesting. No, I'm good with just giving this version the positives. I'm sorry, I know nobody agrees with this, but I don't care, because I'm right. This game that we're reviewing has both. Now, if I'd explained at least one reason, right, ignoring the obvious literal fact that I'm correct, because the game does have both, let's also share, oh hey, one of the reasons why I think this is relevant, philosophically speaking. Because this, oh no, negatives will double up too. For example, minimap in Act 2. This could have been the remaster. They could have just released the game like this, and that's fine. We could have played this game. It's got some modern convenience features. You know, the options have been fleshed out. There's a lot more options. The auto map has been changed and improved. The netcode has been improved. It's much more accessible, easier to download, and easier to get running on modern systems. At this point, this is just a good port. So this is a good port. But then they did this. This is a lot of work and effort. I wasn't just gushing about this because it looks awesome. I was gushing about this because a lot of people spent a lot of time making this. And that's why I think it deserves both. Philosophically. Like, not pulling it technically, not being a lawyer in the courtroom. I actually believe that this game deserves both. Because it has both, and because they put that effort and that work into it. It's also a very rare circumstance, because I honestly don't think I can actually think of another game that went to this level other than Halo 2. I think was the one big exception. So, and yeah, the fact that, I mean, okay, do me a favor, watch Wari for a second. Watch his position. Because he's actually in the same position even as he's moving. Even as it transitions back and forth, it's keeping track of where he is and how he's moving on the fly. That's impressive in its own right. That's why that's a separate positive. Now, you mentioned the StarCraft Remastered. StarCraft Remastered will only get the positives for what it is, because it is only what it is. There's no original graphics option in StarCraft Remastered. Sorry, I'm not going to do the constant switching anymore. I know that's disorienting. I apologize. I just wanted to make my point clear, right? Oh, there is? Oh, okay, well, I guess we'll get there. I didn't know there was such an option. You can tell I've played the remastered version. I own it. So I guess we'll try that when we get to StarCraft Remastered. But anyways, point I'm trying to get to is that I know nothing about anything ever, but I'm still right. So, let's see here. Hang on. I don't believe you. There's only one way to prove that you're wrong. By wrong, of course, I mean right. We're going to fire it up right now. I'm actually curious. Don't worry, we'll play StarCraft at some point. We will. We will. Okay, so we're going to put down... That's a good question, Black Malkin. That's a very good question. Also, D2 Resurrected, or whatever they call it, you know, the remaster we're playing, has an option to cap frame rate, I noticed, which sounds like a weird thing to mention as a positive, but that's usually a good thing. Because a lot of weird things can happen if you let a game run uncapped. I didn't think it had both scores, Blade Jamal. Either way, yes. Maybe. Depends. I don't know. I need details, and I don't have them. I haven't played FF6 Pixel. In fact, I haven't bought the FF6 Pixel Remaster. Why would I? It's not on the Switch yet. Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. There's nothing amazing on the screen right now. Nothing amazing is happening. Oh, sound design. Sound design. Original unit voiceovers. Original 1998 campaign. That's interesting. Ah, here we go. That's what I wanted. Please. Ah, there we go. Yep, we're going to cap the FPS. Oh, wow, we cannot cap the FPS at 60. That's funny. Hang on. Looking for something in specific. There's an alert when your APM falls below 60 option. I'm not sure what I think about that. There it is, what I was looking for.
Explorer reporting.
This is not what I was looking for. Whatever. Okay. So what's the button?
Jacked up and good to go.
Sorry, Eternus. What's the button? Oh god, it's been a while since I played StarCraft 1.
Yes, sir?
Menu, options, I'm guessing under video. Nope, it's not there. Yeah, sorry, we're just reviewing StarCraft now. Sorry. Where's it at? I'm not seeing it. This is one of the Terran songs. I don't remember the name of it. It is replacing. It's new, Noctis. Wait. Ah. What do you know? You can just swap it. You can't swap it on the fly in the same way. But, yeah, no, you can just hit that button. Interesting. So, yes, StarCraft will be considering both when it comes to StarCraft. Might be my names for them then, Talia. Which wouldn't surprise me. I tend to name songs that don't have any. Anyways, I had a question in the middle of that I was trying to figure out what it was. Blizzard, back when we used to make amazing games. Blizzard North, back when they used to exist. Oh yeah, always online is not a negative because there's actually an offline mode. Hey. Back to Hakan. We'll have to talk about that when we come to D3 as well. So anyways, back to this game for a second. What the hell was I in the middle of talking about? Other than this. It's actually a good question, Mr. Red. Yes, Blizzard, collectively, all like several hundred employees, all found a soul stone on their desk one day. And they were like, conk! Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. I have no idea, Modib. And I'm not going to do that while streaming. Now, fortunately, Eternus isn't donating, so that's cool. Hang on, I need approximately 15 more people in chat to tell us that the Switch version of Diablo 3 does not have online-only mode. 15. I need 15 more. Let's do it. Did you know? Oh, you have coffee, Savacom. Excellent. Thank you, everyone. That makes me a lot happier. So, I actually own Diablo 3 on the Switch, by the way. I've never opened it out of the packaging, but I have it just in case. Well, I'm not calling you out, Yura. It's just, I had like 5 people in a row be like, hey, Switch is not online. And I'm like, guys, come on. However, of course, this is actually relevant, and it is something we will discuss when it comes to D3, because we're not reviewing the Switch version of the game. Once again, the exact specific version of a game we're reviewing matters, because we're reviewing the PC version of Diablo 3, which will get negatives for always online mode. The Switch version would not get those negatives, although of course it would also be different in other ways because controls, and there's that Nemesis system which exists in that version, which for some reason they haven't ported over, and you get the idea. Anyways, sorry, I should be saying console instead of Switch. That's my bad. I apologize. What's the Nemesis system? I haven't played it on the Switch. Excuse me, console. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. So, okay. Oh, my throat. Alright, so... No, we're actually not there yet, Mr. Red. I'm not joking. Although we're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you, Eternus. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 2 other things for free if you would like to. But either way, I am appreciative, and I will put that towards StarCraft block. Thank you. Which will include StarCraft Remastered, obviously. Yes, Green Wolf, 2K. That is something that is currently... It's on the veto list and everything. You got it. Ace Combat 0 and Final Fantasy 16. Yes, Plutonia. It is still worse. Although, that is obviously my opinion, and everyone's going to think different things are worse for different reasons. There's stuff on the wall for when people watch over the wall. Story of Diablo 1 in a few sentences. Okay. Give me a second, because there's actually a lot going on in D1. And none of it's in the game, but give me a second. Okay. The Crown Prince of a kingdom comes back home after some time, finds that demons and monsters have infested it, goes into the cathedral, finds out that the Archbishop had betrayed the people and is working for a demon prince, a demon lord named Diablo. You fight Diablo, who is currently possessing your younger brother's body, kill him along with your younger brother, take the stone and shove the stone into your head. There you go. Boom. Why shove it into your head? That's a really, really good question.
Good day.
By the way, it's a really minor... There's a lot of little details in D2, but I love the fact that when a character has something to say, there's not just the what would eventually become the standard exclamation mark, which, by the way, originated here. A lot of people think Warcraft 3 is where that started, but no, it started here. Actually, someone in chat's now going to jump in and say, it actually started here! And I'm going to be wrong for like the 4th time today. But I love the fact that as they walk up, they actually say, hello. Greetings. Good evening. You know. Hi, Akara.
I am Akara, High Priestess of the Sisterhood of the Sightless Eye. I welcome you, traveler, to our camp, but I'm afraid I can offer you but poor shelter within these rickety walls. You see, our ancient sisterhood has fallen under a strange curse. The mighty citadel, from which we have guarded the gates to the east for generations, has been corrupted by the evil demoness Andariel. I still can't believe it, but she turned many of our sister rogues against us, and drove us from our ancestral home. Now the last defenders of the Sisterhood are either dead or scattered throughout the wilderness. I implore you, stranger, please help us. Find a way to lift this terrible curse, and we will pledge our loyalty to you for all time. There is a place of great evil in the wilderness. Kasha's rogue scouts have informed me that a cave nearby is filled with shadowy creatures and horrors from beyond the grave. I fear that these creatures are massing for an attack against our encampment. If you are sincere about helping us, find the dark labyrinth and destroy the foul beasts. May the Great Eye watch over you.
Okay, so question. How many of you in chat who've played this game 1,000 times didn't even remember why you go to the Den of Evil first? No judgment. You just kind of auto-mode it after a while, right? Alright, hang on. Spawn, head out of town. Kill a bunch of stuff in the thing. Get our first skill point, right? Like, that's the answer to that question, right? You go to the Den of Evil to get your first skill point. That's why you do that. We need to talk about quest design. But first I want to say thank you very, very much, Green Wolf 2K. I do apologize. I mean, I suppose I shouldn't apologize. I feel bad? Let's go with that. I feel bad, but I don't apologize. I think that's how we'll phrase that. I do appreciate your support. Thank you very, very much. You can still put that towards up to 2 other things if you would like to. You don't just have to put that towards the Sky Collection. Yeah, we could do that, Trax, yeah. I'll make a note to do that later. Sure, Ogenix, give me a moment. The worst deal of immortality? Forgotten Realms. Seriously. Just awful. That's an evil block. And StarCraft block. Done. Yes, I did look up Super Volcano. I can't remember what it was now, because I'm an idiot. Hang on. The site's actually up to date. I'm almost positive it was a no, because I could not find a copy of it online. Yeah, no, I did end up saying no, because I couldn't find it anywhere in the country I live in. So I do apologize for that. Sorry, Jay Palmer. It's actually one of 2 shows I said no to. The other one was the Equestria Girls, because that's also problematic for different reasons. Someone asked earlier, one of these days we're going to leave this town, I swear to God. Someone asked earlier. I'm not really in a hurry with D2. Is there such a thing as a game that's gotten a triple positive for a single thing for doodads? That's a good question. I'm not sure, because as I just kind of hinted in the way I phrased that, plenty of games have gotten 3 positives for doodads, but like, has a specific area or a specific town or whatever ever gotten triple positives? I'm not so sure. I'm looking at my notes here. I know we doodadded it up in Mass Effect 2. I know we did in Divinity Original Sin 2. Tales of Arise had really, really good doodad design. That actually appears to be it of the list so far. We haven't covered a lot of the games I think of when I think of really, really, really good doodad design, which is Chrono Trigger, Twilight Princess, and World of Warcraft. So, Elden Ring did not, no. Elden Ring has a lot of visual storytelling, but not really a doodad approach. Different axis, or not, different category. All right. So, favorite vanilla WoW city? Ironforge. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Do you like how there's actual paths from where you could see the grooves of the wheels? In fact, they weren't there originally. I thought they were, actually. Nope, that's something new. Check it out. They added the groove marks. Wow. Best act in D2? 1. Speaking of which, where do I begin? I've actually got so much stuff still to cover, and I'm just trying to cover it in some manner of acceptability. So let's talk about safe zones and town zones. This is a town zone. You can see right there, because everything went. I literally cannot attack or cast spells here. That was probably a good move, and probably in reaction to some issues that Diablo 1 could have in multiplayer. It's also probably related to the PvP, which I know very little about. I'm going to go and be honest about that. But either way, can't do anything at all. But if you walk out one step... Now, yeah, the Wimp Bridge. Yep. So, D1 had almost nothing restricting or limiting the dungeon design. We talked about that, right? It was all tile-based, and you could have a huge variety of dungeon malleability in terms of how it was designed, because it was so basic, too. D2 is what I talked about earlier. D2 is... It's true, you couldn't attack. Why did they do the town thing, then? Maybe it's just for the same reason. That would make sense, because then maybe the teleporting stuff wouldn't get back. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. D2 has puzzle pieces, and that's their term, not mine. Puzzle pieces that can connect with each other and have different types of malleability to them. Like, to use a very, very simple way to put this. I can't do that, can I? No, I can't. Okay, whatever. To put this in very simple perspectives, the town... You know, the hub up there is a puzzle piece that can have several variances to it. So it's still the same basic puzzle piece, but there's parts of it that are malleable. And that's how D2 does it, so that there's very few places that are always going to be completely identical, right? And you can kind of see, I'm just going to sort of go around here, but you get a feel for the tile set. Because each tile is this grid I'm going through right here. You can kind of see the square, especially in the minimap if you look at it. And you kind of get a feel for that, right? So, it's still pretty random. It's not as designed as, say, D3, but it is more designed than D1. I know there's some exceptions to that off the top of my head, and I can't think of them right now. Oh, yeah, so this is a good time to talk about the stamina bar. You'll notice we're out of stamina. Now, this is a thing that can be managed. That's how we're going to phrase that sentence. That's definitely how we're going to phrase that sentence. I should probably mention that when you start off on any character, you have no abilities. Now, I know what you're thinking. That's not true. No, it is true. You have no skill points as a first-level character. However, if you start off as a Sorceress or a Necro or whatever, you have an item which gives you access to an ability. So... Instead of items, this is actually really easy to show off right now. Let me just do this really quick. Because we're just going to go over an Isendra.
Good day.
So you'll notice we have an ability, right? But we actually totally don't. What we have is per character key bindings. That's what happened. Oh god. Okay, whatever. We'll just fix that later. So what we have is +1 firebolt right there. +1 firebolt. So instead of having... we still have levels of spells like we did in D1. But instead of having like a staff that has charges of firebolt, it just gives you a point in firebolt. So if you don't have it at all, you now have 1 point in it. And if you have 3 points in it, now you have 4. I personally like this approach better. Just my opinion. Mostly because of the way to boost skills later. Especially since you can boost skills above and beyond what you can put points into them with this type of gear system, so that's cool. But that's why, as a Sorceress, apparently we're going southeast on this one too. Just kind of head down here really quick. You start off with the ability to be like, whoa! Oh, that actually looks cool. Check it out.
Beware.
This is what it used to look like. That looks really cool. Look at that. Anyways, Con. Yeah, the sound design has been different between the two. I've noticed that. So, I wasn't just doing that to show off the Sorceress. I was doing it to show off, you'll notice... Well, okay, it didn't save my map progress.
Begins.
Now... I hesitate to speak on this, because I don't like being wrong. But the way it used to work is every time... I think that is different. I think it's different. Hang on. There was a house down here, which there's not. Okay, it is different. Alright. So, it saves our experience, it saves our current health, but what it does not save is the world. That's what I was looking for. Yep, no, I'm right, I'm right. See, now I'm questioning this. I'm pretty sure there was a house over here. Yeah, so, anyways, the thing I'm getting at is every time you reload, you change the maps. It dumps the maps, and then reloads them anew. I actually didn't like that. Back in the day, if I might be so bold. And you might be thinking, well, why didn't you just play offline? I played this with friends. But, yeah, every time you reload the character, if I just left the menu and came back, left the menu and came back, each time I do that, it's regenerating the world around me. So. That's all I wanted to show off real quick. Okay, let's just turn that off. Hey, look, we've got a thing. Let's just give that a plus while we're here, while we're thinking about it. Loot highlighting is what we're going to call that. And it's just a toggle. So we're going to get a level here, because it's really easy to get a level. We'll have to get a spell soon. We'll have to decide what build we're going with. Obviously, the best option is to go with a wear build. Obviously. Oh yeah, ammunition. You know the biggest reason I don't like playing as Amazons? Because I just told you it 5 seconds ago. Ding. Ammo, we've talked about this before, ammo is a gameplay mechanic. It doesn't matter if you have ammo, what matters is what you do with it. So, honestly, I noticed the sound effect's different for leveling, too. So honestly, it's kind of... It's kind of a debatable thing because, you know, how much ammo you can carry and running out in the middle of a dungeon and all that is pretty much the same problem as durability, which I think someone just mentioned there. But ammo is just... They don't do anything with it. They don't do anything with it. That's the problem. Having said that, I don't remember if we gave a negative to the existence of ammo in Mass Effect 2, but also you never run out of ammo in Mass Effect 2. At least I never ran out of ammo when I was going through Mass Effect 2. I don't know. We'll definitely debate that, but I'm going to jot that down as a potential because, again, even if it's not bad, they definitely don't do anything with the ammo system. It's there. Thank you, Pastenhauer. Always. And yes, Jay Palmer, quite a few, actually. On gameplay and story axis. The idea of, excessive tutorialization is treating the player like an idiot. Way over repeating plot points, like in Persona 5 or in Trails of... Not Trails, wrong series. Tales of Arise is another good example of treating the player like they're an idiot. See around Noctis. What am I doing? I'm writing down this for Thief 1. That's what I'm doing. Okay, so we talked about the loot highlighting. Yeah, weapons no longer vanish on the durability, so it's not as bad of a durability problem. It's okay, Spartan. We haven't even done the first quest yet. It's cool, it's cool. I guess we could talk about quest design. So, the first quest is, of course, completely optional. In fact, most quests are actually optional, which I just mentioned because not everybody even knows that. So, I'm trying to think. In Act 1... I think the only quest that's mandatory in Act 1 is the final one, Go Kill Andariel, which unlocks the ability to go to Act 2. Pretty sure. Because you don't have to unlock Cain, he's just there in Act 2, if you do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Either way, obviously there are benefits to doing the quest. I'm just pointing it out because it's kind of nice that you can just do whatever the hell you want to with that. Oh yeah, by the way, there's also this button.
There is a place of great evil in the...
So there's that voice log thing we already mentioned. Stats! So, hey, same general system, same general approach. There's a couple more stats that these affect now, but it's overall the same problem. Or not problem, I don't know why I said problem. I'm losing my train of thought here. It's the same system. You can raise strength, you can raise dex, you can raise fight, you can raise energy. And you can do that kind of however you want to, depending on you. But the thing I am much more interested in talking about is that. And no, you don't have to go rescue Cain, Kemek. I just mentioned that. So, I could be extremely wrong about this, as I often am. But, to my knowledge, this is the beginning of talent trees as a concept. Like, I could be wrong about this, but D2 is the first game I ever played that had a talent tree. Talent tree is exactly what it sounds like. You gain points, alternate leveling points, which was something that was inspired by EverQuest. And as you gain them, you can put a point into something, and that point can then lead to unlocking further things to put points into. Most early talent trees, I'm saying that wrong. Most talent trees in most video games suck, not because the system is bad or broken or wrong, but because most people don't understand how difficult and complicated it is to design a good tree. Now, I'm going to get some flack for this, but I'm going to go and say that World of Warcraft, vanilla, had really bad talent trees. A lot of stuff that was just talent taxes, a lot of stuff that was very boring talent, aka plus 2% damage. And there was a lot of stuff that nobody thought about. What's going on with my throat? Holy crap, hang on. Oh, excuse me. Nobody really thought about like what abilities should be where in the talent tree, right? Like where something should be. The Tor talent trees were not great, but they were okay back when they existed. There were some good builds and some good branching and some decent hybrids that were worth using. Excuse me. Apparently, the board game of Civilization from the 80s. Wow. I've never played that. Yeah, I know now Tor doesn't have it. We actually showed that off when we reviewed it last week. But anyways, so this is the talent tree. Obviously, Druid. We've got elemental shapeshifting and summoning. All classes have this same problem in D2, and that is you want to pick one of these trees and you want to stick with it. There's two reasons for that. First of all, unless you're really digging into the game, you've got probably about 20 to 30 talent points to play with for your playthrough, and that's it. That's different for a character that's going through higher difficulties. That's different for a character that's doing PvP. That's different for a character you're pushing to the 90s. But for a normal quote-unquote playthrough, you do not have that many points to play with. There's obviously some malleability there, some quests, we just mentioned this. Some quests give you talent points and that, but there's a reason why any item that has plus to skill, that is to say plus to one of these, tends to be rather worthwhile. Now, summons. So let's talk about druids for just a second here. Actually, let's not talk about druids. Let's just talk about talents in general. What were they in Cata, J. Palmer? Because I only remember Pandaria when they really changed. Anyways, so let's just talk about what we see when we're placing a point. You've not learned this skill yet. Obviously, it's green because you can, and this is red because you can't. You can actually see the required right there. Required level 6, or in some cases, requires... actually, it doesn't say, but the point is you require something previously. You see the requirements there. If it's red, you can't put it. Cool. I believe you, sir. I don't remember the talent trees in Cata, and that's going to be my answer because I don't remember. I remember Pandarias and Warlords and Currents. So, summon a ravens to peck the eyes out of your enemies. Mana cost per raven 6. First level gives you this much. They have this much attack rating, this damage. They get 12 hits in, and you can have 1 raven out. Cool. So, good. As with D1, we've got good mouse over design, and we've got good information. But then there's that thing at the bottom. Raven receives bonuses from... I don't remember when they added Synergies. But Synergies, in my opinion, was a really good idea in D2. Because D2 had the problem I was just talking about. There was a lot of junk talents, and a lot of talents that you don't want to get, but you have to, right? Talent taxes. Synergies smoothed a lot of those rough edges out. All of a sudden, there was a benefit to raising something that you otherwise wouldn't use because it benefits something you will. So, to use a specific example here, maybe we want to raise the bear. Well, if we raise wolf, spirit wolf, or dire wolf, that can change the attack rating, defense, and life. By the way, notice those are percentages of the bear when we actually start summoning the bear. That's awesome. So Synergies, before we even talk about talent points in more depth, Synergies by themselves are probably going to be a positive. Now, there's a lot of Synergies. There's tons and tons and tons of them. But let's use something I'm a little more familiar with. Sorry, give me a sec.
Good day.
Okay. Where is it? Why am I not seeing it? There it is. Teleport requires level 18, by the way. So, let's go over here. Let's go over here. So, Frozen Orb. You'll notice Frozen Orb only has 1 synergy, and that's from Ice Bolt. But that means now we have a bit of a feasibility of going ahead and raising Ice Bolt, because it will boost the overall damage of Frozen Orb when we get there. This is relevant as well. Yeah, no kidding. God, Iron Golems. Or not Iron Golems, but Iron Golems. Anyways, what this means is, if we want to go fully down into this... Shut up for a sec. Thank you. If we want to go fully into Frost, and we don't want to waste points, we could just put points into Ice Bolt, and eventually, when we get Frozen Orb is better. No wasted points. Maybe we want Frost Armor, which also gets boosts from the other armors, which also gets boosts from the other armors. So all of that's super awesome. We also have Frost Nova. Unfortunately, that only gains cold damage, so that's not super great. But Blizzard once again gains from some things. Ice Blast gains from Bolt and Blizzard and Spike. You get the general idea here. I buy this. It's available on Battle.net. So, Synergies be cool, yo. No pun intended. All of this is awesome. It means you generally do not have a lot of worries. There's also one skill right here called Warmth. This is what I would consider to be mandatory for a Sorceress. I'm just mentioning that really quick. Moving on. just leaving that there. But this is the other thing I want to show off. This is the other reason I popped onto the Sorceress, because we technically, thanks to our staff, have 1 point in Firebolt right now. So now we can see the next point in Fireball, which will give us increased damage. So rather than being 3 to 6 damage, it'll be 4 to 7. Fairly simple upgrade. That's the only thing I wanted to show off with that, is it'll actually show you what the changes to the ability will be with the additional point. Now, talents are cool. So let's go ahead and say that the talent systems with the talent synergies are reasonably well designed. I'm just going to go ahead and jot down a talent question mark, because now we have to talk about respeccing, or lack thereof. So, I love this game to death, but not every other build is viable. There are actually plenty of ways to build yourself into a corner in this game, especially if you don't know what you're doing, which is easy to do when you're playing the game for the first time, and you decide to go ahead and, for example, hybridize. Hybrid builds can work, but you have to know what you're doing. Oh, by the way, Blaze is one of those fun abilities that not everybody appreciates, but can I just say a Blaze build works really well. Anyways. So, not great. Oh yeah, by the way, I guess I should show, here's the original interface. Same thing, it's the same information, it's just presented a little bit differently. Yeah, so there is a build yourself into a corner problem. And that problem is exacerbated by the fact that you only get the one respec. The respec was patched in, I don't remember when. It was actually big news at the time, I remember that. Yeah, Blaze is how a sorceress kills Durile, by the way. But anyways. This, it's not great. I have seen worse games for building yourself into a corner, and I've seen worse games for having no respec. But the fact that there's such an extraordinarily limited respec in this game kinda sucks. I don't actually remember what, it's the first quest that unlocks the respec, right? Correct me if I'm wrong here. Damn it, Blageable. Oh, whoop, we're upper left now. I told you! Den of Evil, so I'm going to show off something super quick. And by show off, I'm going to test something super quick, because I'm not actually sure. So we're going to rush off to the Den of Evil as the Sorceress, just really quick. I should also mention I used to play this game modded a lot. Can anyone in chat... I used to mod this game myself because D2 was, past tense being the important part, extremely modular. This is actually something I wanted to talk about. This was the beginning of Blizzard building their games to be extraordinarily modular.
This place is trouble.
I don't necessarily mean mod-friendly in the strictest sense of the word. What I mean is, their games are modular. They themselves build their games as if they were modding the game. It's just the design of the game. So, it was actually pretty easy to go ahead and mod this stuff if you had even, the tiniest understanding of how to do so, because the game was modular. Make sense? I know that sounds like such a dumb way to say that, but I don't have better language for it. So, you're probably wondering what kind of mods did I play with? Well, I wanted to ask, can anyone in chat guess the mod that I always played with, like, primarily? It was the big one. I actually made one myself, just because I didn't like most of the other ones out there. All mobs are bosses. Yes! How did you guess? Unlimited mana. Nope. I don't even think there was such a mod.
I need mana.
There's actually two answers here that are acceptable. Hey! Being heals are best heals. Bigger belts? That's a good one, but no. Staff broke, I think. Oh, no, I accidentally swapped. Oh, it was W swapped that. Whoops. Ah! Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, what the hell? Hello, Rose. No, I'll just go ahead and tell you. It was the mod that made that about twice as big. That's it. That was the mod I considered mandatory. I should also mention, there's... Yeah, it changed. The inventory actually was fascinating the way it worked. And unfortunately, it's been too long for me to give you details of it, so I'm going to give you the very vague idea. But each one of those squares was given a coordinate. And technically, the whole inventory screen has coordinates for gear. So you could just adjust things a little bit. So, like, you could squish the... Well, actually, here, let me show you proper like. So you could squish this up, and then you could squish this up, and then squish both over line up the... You can't see the mouse. Line up the accessories on the right side over here and scooch everything up. So you could just move everything because everything was technically on a grid. And then change which grids were allowed for inventory. And then just do a little bit of graphic rejiggering, which was very easy to do because modular game. And there you go. You just have this giant inventory over here. Okay, we'll go and play like this for a bit. Just for y'all. Just for y'all. Oh, we already got a superior. We'll have to talk about item quality later, too. Not to the same extent, no, J. Palmer. There is durability, as you can see. We're at 18 of 20. But, yeah. So anyways, this is death in D2. It's a little different than it was in D1. So, here's what death is in D2. Our inventory is gone, or rather, to be more accurate, our equipped inventory is gone. Now, there's one other aspect of that that's really freaking annoying. We'll get to that in a minute. But the main thing is, you drop your equipped gear. And some money. Of course, Eternus. We're also playing StarCraft. See you around, Barbarian. Have a good one. Now, this is actually important. So there's our corpse. That's helpful. But you'll notice we don't have a spell right now. That's because the spell was given by our gear. So in order to have a spell, we're actually going to have to go ahead and spend a point in that, which we're going to do really quick. And then we're going to put over here. So I already mentioned the freeze effect. It's not as useful later on, or it's mandatory later on, kind of depending. But that slows their movement speed and their attack speed. So double usefulness. You click your corpse, all your gear is right back. Pretty good. See what I mean by the projectiles thing? Hey, a yellow. We'll talk about that later. We're not really playing the game yet. I know that sounds strange, but there's something very specific I want to try out. I suppose I technically could have done this on the Druid, but we're already committed, so whatever. Grab that while we're here.
Not enough mana.
Notice mana regens now, by the way. Whoops.
Not enough mana.
Which is something you want as much of as possible. Brilliance Aura is your friend. That was weird. Did you see that? Someone clip that, because that was weird. Which subtitles? So I'm pretty sure all of them can be disabled. Like right now I have that on, but I can get rid of that by just hitting that. Oh yeah, there's the auto loot gold. A much needed feature. I'm sorry, clicking every little gold thing in this game kinda sucks. Hang on.
Not enough mana.
Okay, so that's chat. I don't know if we could turn off chat. I don't know. Hang on. I don't think we can. I mean, my overall point, Sarura, is that it's... Because you're right, it's such a minor thing, right? Which is why it should be a minor thing. You shouldn't have... The point in the game in which gold matters, which is early game in general, you shouldn't have to run on going clicking the individual tiny little squares, which have small hitbox and are easy to miss. Especially when you're running around, right? So, it's nice to not have to do that. Battle.net does do sales. I know this game has gone on sale because I bought it on sale. But I don't, like, they don't follow the Steam sale schedule, so I have no idea when or how. I bet you it'll go on sale sometime around D4's release, which is early June, for those of you wondering. Ah, we actually got some good luck drop. Holy crap. How much does it cost, out of curiosity? Like, I don't mind, and I have no problem paying for a game that I think is a good game, but I know that's not how everyone thinks, and for good reason. Wait, 25? That's way lower than I was thinking. D4. And by D4, I mean D2. God damn it, Jay Palmer. I blame you for that. D2. How much does the game I'm currently playing cost? The game I currently have on the screen, which is actually up here, excuse me. We're in 16 by 9.
This cave has been purged of evil.
Okay, we did it. Woo! We are the champions. Oh, yeah, by the way, very, very, very minor quality of life thing. This is part of hub design. There's no stamina in town. You can just run in town. If there was stamina in town, that would super suck.
You have...
Yep, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so. I wish to respec. That's what I thought. You notice there was no 40 bucks. That's actually not too shabby. But I know, again, that's not how everyone works. So, no confirmation other than just, are you sure you want to respec? No explanation of the fact that you only get the one respec. That's what I was looking for right there. That's not great. That's not a good respec. You get one per difficulty, for those of you not aware. One per difficulty per character. And nothing tells you that. And that's not great. That's what we've been doing. That's what I wanted to confirm. So. That's funny, Sorura. Speaking of someone who loves D3, I agree completely. By the way, hi Mockingbirds. Yeah, that is absolutely negative territory. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. So we're gonna go ahead and jot down stamina. We need... Okay, so here's the biggest problem with stamina. It's not as irritating as some games I've played. So, actually, let's rewind a second here. In general, I don't like stamina mechanics. That's a personal preference thing. Regardless of whether the stamina mechanic is done well or badly, I don't like it. I never have, and I never will. Having said that, I have played a lot of games in my career, and some games will actually bother to tie in a degree of pacing or a degree of limitations into the stamina bar, which makes sense. Which there's some design to. I'm going to use a specific example off the top of my head, Breath of the Wild. Specifically, climbing in Breath of the Wild is something that there is a degree of logic behind the stamina bar existing. It gives you a reason and benefit to raise the stamina bar, and it effectively gives you a degree of limited range on how you can climb in that game. Because you can climb like 99% of Breath of the Wild, for those of you who haven't played the game. So you could just climb everywhere and everywhen, which is actually awesome, But you get my point. So there's a logic to limiting yourselves and having a stamina bar. Ironically, giving you stamina for running in that game doesn't make as much sense, but moving on. Oh, you're going to have to argue that one, Kemek. I'm looking forward to your debate, though. So what's your reasoning? What's the best Diablo game to start with a newbie? Honestly, you're looking at it. This exact version of the game is probably one of the easiest games to just slip right into and play. As much as there are some walkthroughitis problems, as much as there are some you want to go look it up things in this game, there's not that many, and it's a very easy, smooth experience to just jump in and play. It's also a great starting point story-wise. You're not going to miss out on a lot if you don't play D1, but D2 does a good job of getting you into the lore of the setting and the world and how things work. Is D2 moddable? Is this version of D2 moddable? Not out of box. If people have modded this game, I don't know about it. But this is not a game that's going to get any positives from mods, which is funny, because this is once again why the exact version of the game we're playing matters. Because if we were playing the original Diablo 2, it would get some positives from modability because of how modular that game was. But anyways. Yeah, the runes and words are absolutely walkthrough-itis problems. Oh yeah, stamina potion stacking duration. I didn't know that for years. I used to play this game so much. I didn't know that for years. Yeah, there's a lot of RNG in this game too. I'm not trying to say this is a perfect game. I mean, Final Fantasy IV isn't a perfect game, but I both think D2 and FF4 are good entries to jump into for the series. So let me run through you a situation, Kemek, because this is a real story. So let's say they add a respec, and you're like, oh, cool. So you're in the game, and you're like, let's see here. I want to try out this. So you go, you get the respec, and you misclick. And it's like, oh, shoot. It's also really easy to misclick on this talent tree, by the way. So no problem. You go talk to Akar again to do the respec to fix the mistake you just made. That happened to me. No, Akara isn't Kerrigan. I don't think so. Actually, I'm not sure who plays Akara. Other than Dame Celeste, obviously, who plays our version of Akara. Yeah, the respec was added way late in D2's history. We went back to replay D2, me and my friends. And we were like, hey, respec, cool. Whoops. And the other problem, again, is, and I don't want to overemphasize this point too much here. Actually, let's get on another character to show this off. Go back to Isendra here for a second. Talents. There we go. So, we just spent a talent point. Now, I know that sounds like a strange thing to complain about, but it's probably getting its own negative. So, I talked about idiot proofing and how that's a good thing. When you have a finite resource, a very finite resource, with no real ability to undo it, and lots of possibilities of screwing that up, you need to have some kind of confirmation window, or at least an option to have a confirmation window, because it is extraordinarily easy to accidentally spend points here without meaning to, because all it requires is for you to click it once. Whoops. Well, we'll see how they manage in the audit, Blue Wolf Alex. I think that's going to change a few things. Yeah, again, that should be an option, because not everybody wants that, but that's what idiot proofing means. It's there to be like, hang on. And yeah, Wrath of the Lich King added the "Are you sure you want to learn it?" thing. The current talent system, which is, I don't want to stress this because I'm not exaggerating. The current talent system in WoW is the best talent system I have ever seen ever. Greetings. It is bonkers good. It's bucket of positives good. It's insane. Sorry, 1 second.
Welcome.
Shut up. Shut up. Thank you. There we go. So, that game has click and unclick. Like, as in, I could click this and then be like, you know what, I actually don't want that one. And then I could right-click it and remove that point. And then there's a freaking commit button. And then there's like 50 other things here on Blue Alex. There's like 50 other things they do right, but I don't want to bore you with all those. I'm just saying that's another way to bypass this problem. Click, unclick, click, unclick, and then commit, right? There's lots of ways to do talents, and they're not there yet. Good afternoon! Exclamation mark. Currently playing through an old game I used to play in high school with my friends, comma. You remember Rob? Question mark. Yeah, that's the other thing. In... was it Wrath? Later on, they came up with the idea of being able to have multiple talent specs, but that's not what I'm talking about. Later on, even later after that, they came up with the idea to be able to just respec infinitely for free as long as you were in a safe zone, which in WoW's terms was an area where you had rest state. Basically, towns or cities, right? No, dual spec was before what I'm talking about. And that was a good move, because what it meant is, as long as you're sitting there in a safe zone, you can screw with your talents however much you want to, right? Just do whatever they want. And then when you're in the field, you're a little bit more committed. You'll notice this is similar to D3's design, by the way. D3 just requires you to currently not be in combat in order to screw with your abilities, or for them to not be on cooldown. There's a lot of cross-pollination with Diablo and Warcraft, so forgive me. Anyways, thank you, Takari. As a reminder, you can put that towards up to 2 additional things if you want to. But either way, I will absolutely put that down for the Dragon Age block. Oh, no, okay, that makes sense, Kevin. I'm actually with you on that. I do think, so... Diablo 2 was proto-WoW in a lot of ways, which is funny, because Warcraft 3 was proto-WoW, too. But, shrug. I mean, I mentioned in the announcement video, this is my first... that's not true. This is one of my first MMOs. I meant it. This is what I used to hop on and just play with my friends to pass the time. Of course, comma. Usually the only games you'd play with me were Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy! Exclamation mark. Yeah, Vanilla WoW was also proto-WoW. It's fascinating. Forgive me for derailing for just a moment. But it's fascinating to me really digging into the behind the scenes and the makings of a lot of these franchises, because you can see the footprints and the building blocks of games years, or in some cases decades, before the actual game comes out, right? You can follow the dominoes back through history that leads to the creation of something like WoW, right? It's just fascinating to go through. Anyways. So, yeah, StarCraft, yep. I mean, I talked about this during at least one of my lore runs, because at this point I've done a lore run of StarCraft, Diablo, and Warcraft. I've covered all three. Metzen getting his chops in writing and slowly developing into being the mainliner for WoW has its roots back in, like, StarCraft 1. I know a lot of people who played PSO. Let me say that differently. I currently, as of this moment, know a lot of people who used to play Phantasy Star Online. Come on, are you done? I didn't know anybody back then. That's why I didn't play PSO. Was because I didn't know anybody who played PSO, and thus it was off my radar. I'm glad you're liking it, Mockingbirds. Oh yeah, because I was asked that, some of you have actually asked, why do I look at the Kleenex after I cough into it? I'm checking the color. Which, should explain itself. Okay, so, respec. So, there is a respec, and there's no indication of how the respec works. Oh no, I'm not worried about blood. But if it's green or dark brown, that changes things. Poor Dream. Yeah, the Dreamcast is another fascinating bit of history, really. If it's clear, if it's kind of yellowish. It varies, that's the point. That's what I'm here for, Mockingbirds. I'm barely kidding. Do you know how many people, this is not a brag, do you know how many people have told me that I have helped them to get through medical issues because I am their entertainment? Because I do long-form entertainment. I put out hours and hours and hours and hours. I've been streaming today for 3 hours. I have been streaming for today for longer than a movie is, unless it's a long movie. And by the end of the day, I'll have been streaming for longer than most movie franchises have. Exactly, Nerds. You're stuck in the hospital bed, or you're stuck in your bed at home just recovering. And yeah, exactly. I'm the thing you just turn on in the background, right? That's not a complaint. That's not a brag. It's just by virtue of being such a long-form content guy, I've heard a lot of people tell me, oof. No, Black Balkan, it wasn't my fault. You don't understand. Anyways. Yeah, slow TV. That's a good way to put that. I like that, slow TV. Because, okay, real talk, I wish I had someone like me to watch back when I used to have my overnight job. Because I used to rewatch shows. Whole shows. It would take me like a week and a half to go through Voyager. Because, you know, I got an 8 or 16 or 24-hour shift to slog through. And very little to do for long swaths of time. Man, I wish I had some long-form content back then. Holy crap. Correct, Kevin. Oh, anyways. Hell, I can't be the only person. I used to rewatch Homestar Runner over and over and over again. For those of you who are familiar with it, first of all, thumbs up. But for those of you who are not familiar with it, those are like 3 or 4 minute flash sketches. So, yeah. That's a good question. What is for lunch today? Toronto! It's funny how many things, like, you could say it's total nonsense. Nobody understands what you mean unless they've watched Homestar Runner. Then they're like, yeah, Toronto, burninating the countryside. Nobody has any idea what that means unless you've watched that show. And then it's like, oh, yeah. I was thinking about getting something hearty, comma, like a sandwich or a burger, period. I've got the fixings, period. What about you, question mark? Oh yeah, Order of the Stick. That's another one I could reference, and people will be like, "Oh." Oh, dude, Roy's dad. I'm not gonna say anything. Because spoilers, but you know you could kill people in the afterlife in that kind of a setting, right? I'm just saying. Anyways, I say kill, that's the wrong word. You can cessate people in the afterlife in that setting. So I'm only giving the respec thing one negative. I've actually been thinking about this. I swear I've not just been sitting here rambling. But the limitation of the respec is already kind of not good, but what the negative really is for the lack of info in game. Nothing in the game tells you have that respec. If I didn't know that respec was there, nothing in the game tells you that respec is there, that it's one use per difficulty, and there's no real confirmation on any of that. That's what the negative's really for. If you walk in knowing, as I do, and as I have just told you, it's not as bad. But imagine playing this game and having no idea and not having, you know, the internet or someone who knows the game telling you. And it's like, does it tell you in the manual? Nope. Not that we consider manuals for games like these, but respec was added in a patch. Also, the game we're playing right now has no manual. So that's 2 layers of that. So again, no, that's bad. That's not good. So that's absolutely a negative. I have given the lack of idiot proofing on the talents its own negative, because that's also bad. It is way too easy to accidentally spend a talent point. Oh, I know, Sorura. Blizzard manuals used to be so legit. That was mentioned briefly during the Diablo run yesterday. Yeah, this version of the game we're playing right now does not have a manual, unless it comes with digitally, in which case ignore me. Although, one second. My manuals are being guarded by a shark. Excuse me, Blue. No, I know we went through the manual for the lore run, because I did my frickin' job for the lore run. But I'm not sure if they're here. They might be in the save. I actually have a save spot for books, so I only keep a few on hand. There's the Age of Empires 2 manual. Hang on, I gotta detach here. There we go. Oh man, the StarCraft... I used to reread the StarCraft manual, just for fun. Used to do that with Warcraft 2 as well. Oh, there it is. There's the Diablo 2 manual. Right here. Ooh, that is falling apart. That is falling apart. Yeah, here's a whole... The Barbarians! You're probably expecting some gameplay stuff. Nope. This is discussing who the sons of Bulkathas are, who the priests of Rothma are. There's all sorts of stuff like that here. It's pretty cool. This is where there's skill stuff. There's actually some skill stuff here, which is kind of cool. It actually tells you, you know, what double swing is, and then, of course, it tells you in italics the effect of it. It's not full details, but that's neat. This is all great stuff that the game absolutely gets no credit for. Jewelry, roads, there's some loot stuff, and then we've got some lore stuff. Then we've got some enemy stuff. There's a bit of a bestiary in here. This is a good manual. Although I would say if I had to pick one... Oh god, that is really falling apart. Like, that cover is just coming off. The binding is no longer even on the staple. Anyways, I'm going to very, very carefully put that down. My favorite manual? That's actually really tough. But there's two that always come to mind immediately when I think of a manual that I just sit and read. And you're going to make fun of me for this. One is StarCraft. You don't have to make fun of me for that one. StarCraft 1's manual is legit. But the other one... See if I can get the text there, for those of you not familiar with it. Now, you're probably thinking, alright, why would you give a crap? You notice these are all RTSs. Why would you give a crap about the Age of Empires manual? So there's two reasons. First, obviously, it's a manual, which I don't give a crap about. But in the ledger, not the ledgers, the side? What's this stuff called on the side here? There's a term for that. In the side part, there's little lore tidbits. But of course, this is based on real life, the margins, thank you. In the margins, there's things like agricultural removed much of the uncertainty into obtaining food. People no longer had to search it out over large areas. They found places where it could be produced in abundant quantities year after year and then fixed themselves there. The first domesticated grain is believed to be a wild wheat that grew in southern Turkey. To make the step of domesticating this plant, the early gatherers had to learn how to harvest the grain seed, extract the wheat kernel, grind it, and bake it before they learned how to grow and plant and select it so they increased kernel size. And there's all kinds of just history stuff, right? But then, hang on, then it gets really cool. Because then we get to the section where you talk about the factions you can play as. Like the Assyrians. This, I'm not going to read this out loud. This is 2 pages of history about the Assyrians. I ate this up. I have read this book so many times. Listen to me. This manual, it's pretty thick. I don't know if you can tell. Several times just because of this stuff right here. This is great. God, you can actually see where it's been water damage. I can even tell you when that happened. I love this stuff. You kidding me? I ate that up. Anyways, I'm getting way off topic now. Forgive me. Just, yeah, I mean, yes, Civlopedia. Every time I hear someone say, "Oh, video games are rotting kids' brains," you know, you remember when people used to say that back in the 80s and 90s? Ah, video games are rotting kids' brains and they're dead. I just look at them like, wow, you're really stupid, aren't you? And then I'd smack them as hard as I could. And then I'd just start beating the blood out of them. All right, so, respec. That's actually a good question, Sorura, because, yeah, this came out a long time ago. This exact version of this came out in, give me a second. Wow, this is actually 1997. So this is probably wildly out of date at this point. Because, yeah, Persia's in here, too. What's that? That's the Yamato. And then the Sumerians. Hang on. We got the Egyptians, Sumerians, the Shang, the Minoans, the Greeks, the Hittites, Babylonians, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Ancient Chosen, Yamatos, and, of course, the Persians. Where's the Persians? There's the Shang, there's the Phoenicians, who I'm going to play if we ever review Imperator, by the way. We're going to play as Phoenicia. Oh yeah, by the way, I have a WAP emote now. Feel free to use that. Listen, Crazy Norse. The Persians were originally one of several Aryan tribes that migrated into modern Iran from the plains of southern Russia around 1400 BC. Settled on the southwest coast of the of the Iranian plateau on the northern shore of the Persian Gulf, on lands vacated by the Elamites, who had been conquered and enslaved by the Assyrians. Persians were separated from the great civilizations of Mesopotamia by the Zagros. At its peak, this is interesting, but I don't know how inaccurate this is anymore. Anyways, moving on. Sorry. At some point, I swear we'll play Diablo 2. What does BCE stand for? Before current era. Oh, that's cute. Never heard of that before. What does AD stand for now? Or is it something else? Okay, for those of us who do not actually understand Latin. Oh, is it just called CE? Wow, okay. Okay. So time to give negatives. Jot those down right now. And I think if I leave that right there, people would be like, oh my god, you hate this game. But as much as I absolutely love to troll people, the actual score looks a little bit more like that right now. So, let's go do the first goddamn quest. Again. Also, yes, I am deliberately timing this around the Diablo 4 news. In fact, this is a bit of a confluence. It's one of the reasons... Technically, so according to the rules of scheduling, what I should be doing is I should actually be reviewing the Dawn of War series right now.
So it begins.
Instead, what I'm reviewing is the Diablos, because obviously we have Diablo 4, but we also have the Diablo rewrite. So I'm kind of like confluencing a little bit here. So we need to decide what build we do with our Druid. Now, I could demonstrate that you could build yourself into a corner, or that there's bad builds, but I think I've already done my due diligence on that, and don't really feel the need to reiterate that. So, what build do you think we should do? There are functionally 3, which is, of course, Caster, Melee, or Pet. That's a good question, Crazy Norse. But here's the weird thing. I actually have a decent amount of faith in modern Blizzard in terms of development, because it's actually really complicated to explain why. So all I'm going to say is that I do, and then I'll explain why in a minute, before I just get derailed down another rabbit hole. So I would say it's probably only going to take probably about 6 months, give or there. Something like that. We should probably make this a poll, because I see a lot of people. So hang on, let's make this a poll, shall we? Hang on. Let's wrap this guy. And let's set up... hey, Twitch, you want to let me do a poll here? No, of course you don't, because you're dumb. So yeah, we need some votes. We need votes. Let's do this. Oh, I got a whisper from someone that says, hey, I hate you, and you're dumb. Nope, it's not. It's someone... It's the gentleman who donated earlier. If you're still there, I'm sorry. So, nothing notifies me of Twitch whispers. I have to go manually seek them out, which is why I only saw that whisper right now. So if you're still there, I apologize for missing your whisper earlier. But I'll absolutely put that towards the StarCraft block. I've still got it right here. And I do want to say thank you again. And I apologize. If I'm catching you on the VOD, then thank you again, Hephaestus. I do appreciate it. And again, StarCraft block, you got it. So, let's do a poll. Why do they keep moving this button on me? There we go. Actually, it's worse than they moved the button. What they did was they got rid of the text, so now it's an icon. So we've got which build? So we've got caster, we've got shapeshifter, which it's melee. I'll just put melee here. Or we've got summoner. We'll leave this up for 10 minutes, which is as long as it'll let me. Poll started. Voot should be up. Should be up and visible. Oh, that sounds really good, period. I actually got a bunch of fresh fruit Tuesday, comma, and I completely forgot to get frozen fruit, period. Whoops! Hang on. Ignore that voot that just flied up in chat. Holy crap. That's extraordinarily out of date. That's the LGAs right there. Hang on. We gotta fix the Nightbot thing. Give me a second. Hang on. We gotta fix that. Give me a second. We need to continue not playing the game. That's really what this is about. We'll just say... no boot currently going, or it's on Twitch. There we go. Submit. There we go. Cool. Thank you, Dream Whisperer, for reminding me to fix the bot. Okay, so leave that for now, and we'll just roam around and enjoy the scenery. Actually, I'm really looking forward to playing the game. If it's not obvious, despite the fact that I've spoken bad about this game. Like, I've talked about this so much. Just because I give a game negative doesn't mean I don't like a game. I do think D2 is one of those games that the way this... and I'm going to predict this right now. I do think the way that this is going to go is Act 1 is going to get a lot of positives. I think there's going to be a lot of gameplay design and story design and class design, and it's going to be front-loaded with positives. And I think the further we get into D2, the more the negatives are going to pile up. Act 4 was obviously very rushed and flawed, and just there's the irritation of dungeons in Act 2, there's the irritations of navigation and enemy design of Act 3, and then I tend to dislike Act 5 quite a bit, just top to bottom, because it's got issues. So that's what I think is going to happen. So despite negativity, I do think this game is still a very fun, very enjoyable game. I absolutely recommend it, even at $40. This game's awesome. But anyways, D3 is going to be interesting. So here's how D3 is going to go. I'm going to tell you this right now. So the game is going to get absolutely shotgunned with gameplay positives, and that's not going to go away as the game gets further into it. In fact, if anything, we're going to see those gameplay positives go up, especially when we hit Act 5 in D3, because D3's expansion is amazing. However, story's going to be a little bit weird. So D3's, yeah, make sure to vote if you haven't. It's up there. It's up there on the Twitch chat somewhere thing. D3's story is going to bounce around in quality rather substantially. Zoltan Kuhl and his portion of Act 2 is going to be a highlight. There's going to be some absolute aggravation in Act 1. Like, it's going to bounce all over the place. It's going to bounce all over the place in quality. Until we get to Act 5, at which point I think, once again, the story will start to increase, because Reaper of Souls is really, really good. I hate to keep repeating that point. Oh, we leveled. Perfect. But Reaper of Souls is awesome. They fixed so many issues with the vanilla game, and the actual content in Reaper is pretty damned awesome. Oh, hey! My third favorite shrine. Infinite stamina. Just infinite. Just infinite. That's exactly what it is. Nothing new to add to that. Whee! That is not permanent. Shrines last X amount of time. I actually don't remember how long they last off the top of my head. I also don't remember if D2 has gear that increases shrine duration like D3 does. The only shrine I like better than this is the skill shrine, which just gives you plus to all skills. Which, how much that's good depends, but because of synergies, and especially later on in the game, that shrine just turns you into a... It effectively boosts you by like 20 levels. It's insane. Oh yeah, XP gain shrines are also always very, very useful. We used to keep those in mind. Oh hey, we found the way forward, which we don't actually want yet. Used to keep those in mind and then save them until we were getting to an area with good experience. This is as good a time as any to talk about how experience works in this game. So unless they've changed it, the way experience works... Look at those reflections there. Look at that. Look at that. Unless they've changed it, the way experience works is you gain... everything in the game gives you full experience until you outlevel it. And then it gives you a minuscule, microscopic portion of the experience you would have gotten. Now, in my opinion, I understand why they did this, but I disagree with it completely. Because what it means... there's actually an asterisk here, too. What it means is you will run into a wall in leveling in this game over and over and over. Because you will always be leveling way faster than the enemies and areas you're going through. And that's not if you're sweeping. That's just in general. You will run into that wall consistently. So that sucks. But then you're probably thinking, well, what's the asterisk? Well, the asterisk sucks too, because the way the asterisk works is certain types of creatures just give you full experience. Regardless of all other factors, regardless of what your level is or what their level is. So, in that case, you tend to want to seek those out. This is why Bale runs were so popular. This is because that's how you level. You would go and you'd fight the Bale run stuff, and you'd fight the bosses that he would summon, and then you'd fight him, and you'd gain full experience from the affair, and that's how you level to 99, right? Like, that's how you make that slightly less arduous. Am I blind? Where the hell's the cave? Oh, I did Ghost Rider. Oh god, that's a long topic. Oh, here it is. Yay, I found it. So hang on. So that whole system isn't the worst system in the known history of the universe. I'm not a big fan of it. I do think, first of all, nothing in the game indicates anything that I just told to you. You can observe it. You can figure that out just from observation, because this bar right here, you'll notice we're leveling at a pretty good pace. And you will, if you pay attention this run, we will level at a pretty good pace until we run into that wall. And it will be very obvious when we run into that wall. But the boost, the minions and uniques problem, admittedly is only really a problem later on in the game. But I do think in a game like this system, and I guess leveling overall, is what I would call negative worthy. And I've already actually explained why. Because as you're going through the game, a normal playthrough of this game, you're probably going to be about level 30-ish. you'll probably be able to put 1 point into your level 30 skill, which is this one down here. And maybe 1, maybe 2. That's kind of it, right? But that's the problem. It's the Final Fantasy VII problem all over again. You get all the cool stuff when you're already done with the game. In my opinion, the game should have either stretched out its leveling experience more, or shrunk down its leveling system overall, so you get more talent points to play with, and so you can try out more builds and more stuff, more of this stuff over here, because this is where a lot of your levels really matter, is your ability to access these abilities and to play with them. Getting 1 point into Summon Grizzly, to use a direct example, is just not as fun for a normal playthrough. Now, having said that, there's some asterisks there. There's actually a lot of asterisks here, and a lot of malleability, especially because gear is its own thing, and we'll talk about gear. I do get that the game wants you to keep playing, but I feel like the game could have done other things to encourage that. I actually just mentioned one of them, gear. But I also think, yeah, that's fair enough, Black Malkin. I do think that the way that the game pushes its levels could have been... I'm failing to explain because I just lost my train of thought. I'm actually really, really hungry, too. I might actually quit for lunch early because I am having issues right now. I am gonna order lunch right now because I want some friggin' lunch. Anyways, what the heck is that? That looks strange. Getting off topic. That's true. Make sure you voot now. You've got to... I don't know how much time you have left to voot. You have no time left. We're doing... Oh, wow. That's a hell of a spread. Hang on. What do we got here? So it looks like very, very close was between Shapeshifter and Melee or Summoner and Pet. And Caster lost completely. Now, here's the deal. Because I am not the United States of America, we're now going to do a second poll. So now your options are going to be Shapeshifter and Melee or Summoner and Pet. Round 2. There you go. So there's round 2 with 2 options now. Make sure to vote. Yeah, this... Like I said, the voting system in the country I live in is one of the dumbest goddamn things. I'm sorry, it actually pisses me off because, like, unlike when a game does something stupid, it's ultimately kind of whatever, right? But when you screw with how taxes are spent, or, you know, what kind of rules and regs and appointments and systems and hospitals. Like, come on, people. Anyways, I'm sorry. I'm getting way, way off topic. I apologize. Just, come on. Should I get fries? There's so many better voting systems. Like, there's so many. It's actually kind of bonkers. I, of course, prefer, I prefer, ranked choice. It's actually what we've used for my very show. But, you know, even if you don't go with ranked choice, there's so many better options. It's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers. Yeah, there are not many voting systems that are worse than first past the post. There are worse, but there are not many. First past the post is terrible, and I spit on it. First past the post is the easiest to do by far, because it involves effectively no paperwork or no thought. It's just, alright, who won? That person. cool. Done. Where's the... Ah, there it is. That's what I wanted. There's what I wanted. So here's how it's going to work. I'm going to cut off stream as soon as my food arrives. That's the deal. Cool? Cool. Oh, my food won't get here before that voting timer runs out. There's no way. All right. Listen, Mike Romano. Shut up. Okay, so I was actually in the middle of thinking of something. We talked about builds. We talked about quest design. Right, leveling and talent systems. I'll never tell you, Savacom. I would rather die. I'll take it to my grave. I don't do chicken wings. I'm sorry, Mr. Red. I don't actually like chicken wings. Tenders all the way. Tenders or nuggets. It's the only chicken I'll eat. I don't think... a negative is deserved for the fact that you'll beat the game at high 20s, early 30s. I don't think a negative deserved for Wenlock, for example. That's just off the table. That's fine, and a lot of games do something similar to that. I will put that towards Patchwalker. Thank you, Wenlock, for being part of the show. The X thing, however, I do think that is honestly just needless grind when you get up there. Because here's the deal. This game, in the majority of the content, and all the content will be showing on camera, is actually a pretty smooth leveling curve and a pretty smooth difficulty curve with some very noticeable spikes that we'll talk about later. But I do think that if you want to push up to the high level, if you want to have more of these... No, I didn't break one. Hang on a second. If you want to play with your talents, if you want to play with your builds, if you want to touch the higher difficulties, then you walk into grind territory. And the fact that we have so many tricks and tips for bypassing the grind in this game says, honestly, all I think it needs to. How many of you know about all the different tricks, which I can think of two off the top of my head, you could do with the Ancients, for example? Like, having to specifically make sure you do the Ancients at the right level to make sure you get the maximum percentage intake of the Ancients quest, right? And that's my overall point. And yeah, of course, we already mentioned the Bale runs, right? Or they used to be the Mephisto runs for different reasons, too. So, I think that we're probably going to go ahead... No, it super is not, Jay Palmer. Even by grinding, you can't get everything. You can fill out a tree... Well, no, that's not true either. So we're not even at item drops yet. That's actually a separate comment. But this, like this tree right here, each of these goes up to 20? Question mark? Verify me here, please. I'm pretty sure it's 20. I'm gonna pause for a moment. This is just... I'm just trying to continue not play the game. Okay, so 20 is the max you can put points into, which is what I thought. So, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140, 160, 180, 200. We would need 200 points to max out this tree. Excuse me, soft max out this tree. And your level cap is 99, and you get 30 bonus points from doing all the quests in the 3 difficulties. So, super not happening, right? So, you do have to actually think about your points and where you put them and all that fun stuff. And even maxing out a specific skill is something that is significantly costly. So, let's say we do this slightly differently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that leaves us 70-ish points to distribute. So we could max out a couple of skills if we wanted to. But that has its own problems, too. And, of course, none of those are going to be down here unless you really push for it. You get my overall point. So, it's not that bad, and I do think there's much worse games in terms of grind. But I do think that the exp system starts to run into problems when you get to the high-end stuff, and the high-end stuff is absolutely content in D3, or wow, in D2. It is in D3 as well, but the point is D2 had endgame content, unlike D1. D1 was just kind of going and going through again and having fun with it, which is fine, but D2 actually has a concept such as endgame, so we need to keep that in mind, and grind not good, so negative to grind. Endgame grind, for experience, specifically. Now, I have to limit that because now we have to talk about items. Now, I have been told they added a system to bypass this, but I've actually never played Terror Zones, so I don't know what those are. I guess we'll find out if we have any. Items. So, items. The drop rate in D2, vanilla, that is to say, hang on, let me say this more clearly. The drop rate in this game is terrible. I will never forget someone, this was years and years and years ago, who actually sat down and did the math and figured out that it was mathematically impossible to get one of the rune words to drop in a single-player game, in a game in which you were running by yourself. Anyone remember that? Anyone remember the thing I'm talking about? Here's the problem. D2's drop rates are pretty freaking low. Hands up in chat, real question. How many of you, through normal playthrough, have never seen a set item in D2? Now, I'm not raising my hand, but that's because I've only ever seen, by virtue of having replayed this game dozens of times, once. One time, through a normal playthrough, I have seen a set item. Once. I'm going to laugh if one drops during this review. That's going to be hilarious. How many of you, for the longest time, didn't know sets existed in D2? Now, I'm going to raise my hand on that one. The first time I found out sets existed in this game was when I was playing around in Gemellas. Anyone remember Gemellas? It was an old save editor. It was a really good save editor, too. Did not know that they even existed. Yeah, greens, exactly. Fun fact, sets were invented in D2 for World of Warcraft. Continuing the threads of development here. Of course it's going to be Arctic furs. What else would it be? But yeah, so the item drops are really low. The drop rate, because, and I can explain this to you, because D2 is modular, and I've dug into the code of this game. The way it works is every dice roll. Oh, it looks like Shapeshifter won. Really? That's pretty close. Yeah, no, 26 votes for melee, 19 votes for pet. Sorry, pet lovers. But we are anti-pet here at the Lore Walkers. It really did. Diablo 2 set so many standards for games, good and bad. So, yeah, we're gonna go play Hunter, apparently. No pets, ever. The way it works is every time an enemy is killed, upon death, an enemy rolls a dice roll. That dice roll has several multipliers attached to it, based on the specific enemy, the act you're in. I'm trying to remember all of them. There's actually several. It's enemy, act, enemy level, and the multiplier, which we'll come back to in just a second. Ask me about PoE just a second. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So, obviously, enemy is whatever, and act is whatever. But I want to talk about enemy level, because enemy level is determined by your level. Your level is actually one of the biggest multipliers for item drops in the entire game. Because your level determines enemy... Excuse me. Your level adds to enemy level, and enemy level is what it boils down everything to. Like, they hinged the entire loot drop system off of enemy level. And enemy level is affected by your difficulty and your act and the specific enemy and whether it's unique or not. And there's all sorts of things that go into that. But they use that as the key point, the crux, the axis. Always the wrong word. The fulcrum. There we go. That's what I'm just going to look for. Demo Warlock all the way. The fulcrum of how they do item drops. So, in simplicity, higher enemy level, better drops, right? Now, this is also one of the reasons why for the longest time we used to farm, and I can't remember his name, it's the Destruction Minion boss that Bale summons, because he had the highest enemy level in the game, straight up 99. And so you had the best chance. Lister, that's him. Lister the Tormentor. You had the best chance. See, I know some of what I'm talking about. You had the best chance of getting good loot off of him by sheer virtue of the fact that he had the level. That was the reason. Now, all of that's whatever. And honestly, I'm actually okay with most of that. In fact, most of that's well designed enough so that I'm mostly okay with that, other than the low drop rate itself. What I am not okay with is the final factor, which is how many players are in your match, how many players are in your game. Because each additional player, up to whatever the cap used to be, adds a huge additional not percentage, wrong word, multiplicative, thank you, 8, I thought so, multiplicative addition to how your drop rate is. I used to know groups, I'm sure some of you did too, where you would hop in and 7 people are standing in town so that the drop rate is higher for the 8th guy who's off farming. I used to be that person. I used to be the 8th person. And for a lot of the stuff in this game, especially the actually good stuff, like the good uniques, the good sets, the right rune words, all of and we'll talk about rune words later because that's a whole other ball of wax. For the actually good loot, you needed to have 8 players in the match. Otherwise, sucks to be you. Now, having said all that, well, yeah, because it's multiplicative, Grey Widow. I think I'm using that correctly, mathematically. It's like multiplied by, multiplied by, multiplied by. But yeah, no, exactly. Now, having said all of that, they did, to my knowledge, add something to bypass that. So here's, and that is setting your player count to 8. Now, doing that, let's see if we can just do that right now. Hang on. Okay, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. So, players, thank you. Still not doing anything. Unless there's just no feedback on it. Interesting. So, the reason I mentioned this... we have to be in offline mode. Okay. Hang on. I remember seeing something about this. Hang on a second. There it is right there. Offline difficulty scaling. It's just a freaking option in the options menu. That's interesting. So, okay. The reason this is worthy of note is actually twofold. Because it's not just a magic way to increase the drop rate. It also increases the difficulty. Of course, the difficulty in this case being the most boring difficulty possible, health and damage, right? It increases their health and increases their damage. Thing is, it's the reason I know this so much is because of the fact that, once again, I used to dig into the code of this game, the original game. And so it's literally, again, a multiplier, just a straight multiplier, times X. But yeah, I feel like that should be a thing, but it looks like it is offline only, so there are no options for that. So, what I'm trying to say, this is a lot of text, because I'm apparently just a bot here. This is a lot of text to try and explain that I think this whole system is not great. I think that's the way I want to phrase that. D3, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, D3 got rid of the more players, better loot system entirely, if I'm not mistaken. Because D3 does loot extremely differently, and we'll talk about D3's loot system when we get there. But it has a very different style and format and approach and mentality and philosophy. But in D2, we want good loot, we need 8 people. We don't have 8 people, so we probably won't get good loot. Now, again, that doesn't matter for a normal playthrough. But what we're talking about, and have been talking about for like 30 minutes at this point, is endgame. Because D2 has an endgame. So, I actually don't know, Lunarith. I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. I try to do my research for some of these games. Not all of them. I can't do that for every game we cover. Because there's only so many hours that exist. But yeah, no. For endgame... the fact that you need a group, the fact that the drop rates are wonky, the exp thing, is that's actually true. You also get the experience bonus. All that stuff... I feel like that probably deserves at least a negative, because because of the same basic reason, because it's either way too grindy, or you need a group of variable amounts, or you just get to miss out on a bunch of really cool stuff, which is either A, fun and enjoyable part of the game, or B, you know, part of the freaking... It's necessary to go through some of the actual hard stuff, because some of the actually hard stuff in this game can be brutally unfair. So, however, I do think there are enough malleability things here. You know, it's endgame only, and it's also avoidable in offline mode. I think that is one negative, and so one negative shall it be. This is actually itemization. I think this is where this is going to go. No, I'm gonna disagree with myself. I'm gonna give this 2 negatives. I'm sorry, everyone. You could also have rich friends. Just need to be born right. Oh yeah, let's talk about Iron Man mode. Give me a sec. Let me write this down. Oh god, we need to talk about the junk in this game at some point too. I'll write that down. Question mark junk. We'll get there later. We're not there yet. Possibly Eternus? I don't know. Like, I've seen games that encourage multiplayer and co-op, but most of those are things that reward players for interacting with each other, not for playing with another player at all. Okay. So. Hardcore mode. How many of you have beaten this game on any difficulty on hardcore mode? Once. Just once. That took a minute. So, for those of you not familiar with it, I believe we got the term hardcore mode from this game. It's a common gameplay feature nowadays. The way hardcore mode works is if you die, you're dead. That's it. You have died. Game over. Start over. Now, the reason hardcore mode needs to be described and explained in this game is twofold. First of all, it's actually its own completely separate option, which is kind of neat. But more to the point, if your character dies, your character doesn't leave the character screen. They're still there. They're just grayed out as like as a monument to how far you managed or whatever. They also would get titles based on how far they managed to progress, depending on which difficulty you managed to beat on hardcore mode, which is kind of neat. And a neat little thing to show off, because you know, that's what titles are. Let's call it what it is. It's cosmetic. Yeah, Rogue Legacy style. That's a pretty good way to put that. Now, obviously, you can delete that character because that character is turbo gone and dead, but you get the idea. Now, I think hardcore mode here is so vanilla, it might actually be a wash. But I do like the fact that they did bother to put in some actual gameplay in order to benefit it. It's just... Well, how many of you have died on hardcore mode in this game because of a lag spike? Or, here's another one that would have happened semi-periodically. Inconsistent hurt boxes. And if you don't know what I mean by inconsistent hurt boxes, Well, then I apparently can't show it off because I'm on the wrong character. Hang on. Or stuck on the terrain, or an internet outage. Yeah, there's... Like, misclicked movement, that's a pretty common one, yeah. But yeah, so inconsistent... wrong way. It's northwest this time. So, lag is obviously a pretty big problem. But the other one is... Tell me exactly what that particular projectile will hit. Now, that's a basic firebolt, right? Yeah. But there's a lot of spells in this game, and abilities, and attacks that are not... It's the Donkey Kong problem all over again. It's the Donkey Kong Country problem. And for the exact same reason, actually. Because what you have is a stylized sprite, which is being painted over a hurt box. Which, I mean, all sprites are being painted over hurt box in terms of game design. But it's not always the same. It's not always one-to-one. So, every now and again, you'd be doing something and dodging, and by all accounts think that you have successfully dodged a thing, and you have not. Because the hurt box is not exactly where it looks like it is. Now, this is not a super common problem in this game, but it is still something that happens, and when you're playing a character who, if you screw up once, you die, and you have to quit and start over, that can be an issue. My overall point is... that in hardcore mode... Yeah, and it just has to be once. My overall point is that, while I like the idea of hardcore mode in general, and I'm fine with people doing it, you know, we tend to play hardcore mode when it comes to things like XCOM, for example. And we will be doing that again when it comes to XCOM 2, not that long from now. But it is still one of those things where it's surprisingly easy to have a permanent screw-up due to having done nothing wrong. And that's the overall point I'm trying to lead to. Still, I think that's going to be a wash, and that's the point I'm actually leading towards. I don't think it gets a positive for it. I think it's just there, and it's not terrible, and it's not great. I've seen that, Sarura. I've seen that. One moment, please. I believe... that's what I mentioned earlier, Wenlock. I think this... D2 was such an industry standard game. I do believe that D2 was the thing that invented the idea of having a game toggle for hardcore mode. Plenty of players had done no-death runs before this. It was a common challenge run back in Mega Man, for God's sakes, back in the NES. But, in fact, I would say it's the second most common challenge mode I ever saw. The other one being no-damage modes, right? No damage runs. But it was one of the first... It's the first game I ever encountered that actually had a toggle that says hardcore mode. Let's see here. So, Heaven's Vault, and then Overlord 2, and then the Zelda block, and then a thank you. Thank you, Eclectic. Always much obliged. Is it possible to do hybrid builds in this game that succeed in harder difficulties? Yes. Sorceress is one I can think of right off the top of my head, although Sorceress lends itself towards hybrid builds, and I'm going to explain why really quickly over here. So that's Warmth. Most Sorceress builds have Warmth. Very few do not. So one way or another, you've got a little bit of fire. Over here in Cold, you have Frozen Armor, which increases your defense, which is nice, especially since it's a percentage increase. But it also has a freeze proc for things that hit you. So most Sorceresses go into Frost. And you get what I'm going with here. There's also Teleport down there at 18. And Mana Shield, which is down there. Excuse me, Energy Shield, excuse me. And Enchant is surprisingly useful. Like, most of this stuff is useful, but the point is, that's not what you're asking for. And I know I'm pulling it technically, and I apologize. But Sorceress here does have quite a bit of cross-thing. A true hybrid build, however, I'm trying to remember it, because there is actually a legitimate hybrid Sorceress build, and I'm trying to remember what I used to, because I used to do this. I know I would forsake for Frozen Orb, because it was too far down. And it would forsake Blizzard, but I think I got Spike, specifically. And then... I'm trying to remember what it was. Yeah, there's also the Meteor one, which is... Or Meteor, excuse me, which is its own build. I actually didn't do fire all that often back in the day. Not that it was a bad build, it's just I just didn't do it, because my favorite fire ability is that one right there. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. But there are at least... See you around, Spartan. Enjoy lunch. My food isn't even being picked up yet. There are hybrid builds. I just can't think of any off the top of my head, so I apologize for failing in my due diligence. So... Let's see if we can do the first goddamn quest. They buffed Hydra. Good. Hydra is just awesome. Future development. So yeah, so while we go through do the quest that we've technically already done, let's talk about Blizzard development. So let's just throw everything out on the table here. I try. Why?
So it begins.
Yes, so it begins for the third time. Actually, I think like the fifth time. Oh, hang on. Before we talk about Blizzard, let's talk about Wells. No, I'm playing D2, man. I got a real Diablo to play. No, okay. I actually do have some faith that D4 is actually going to be worth a damn. And I do, legitimately. But the reason why is because the stuff that's coming out now was being developed... okay, so development cycles and problems, right? Speaking of someone who's done a lot of research on development of games, there's a lot of... There's a lot of delay built into game development that not a lot of people really understand or respect or comprehend. Let me put this in very, very simple terms. Do you know why Dragonflight is good? It's because BFA sucked. Because that's how development works. Right? Like, some of you understand exactly what I mean by that. Because BFA had several severe... I could go down into nitty-gritty, but please don't make me. Because that would take a minute. There are specific individual things... Oh, okay. There are specific individual things that they screwed up in BFA with regards to how the armor progression worked, with regards to how the threat system worked, with how class balance was working, with how talent system was working, etc., etc., etc. They screwed up a lot on BFA. Tanking in particular was terrible, and what they did with the global cooldown system was awful, and you get the overall idea, right? Now, the development team was looking at that and was like, okay, so we're going to go ahead and use the feedback we got when BFA launched in order to improve the development of WoW, but because of how game development works, that didn't affect Shadowlands, because Shadowlands was too recent. By the time BFA came out, by the time all that feedback was procured, Shadowlands was already well into production and already approaching post-production, because that's how game development works. I've actually talked about this myself recently. Wow, that's 2 experience shrines in the first area. I'm going to go and grab one of these. That's how game development works. I forget the official term for it, but it's the swinging vines theory of development. Anytime you finish a project, you already want to be thinking about the next project. You already want to see where that next vine is that you're going to grab. And that's why it's called that way, because imagine if you're just swinging through, and then when you finish the swing, that's when you start looking for the next vine. It doesn't work that way. You just plummet, right? So, they were already working on Shadowlands when Legion was finishing. That's development cycles. Now, the reason this has relevance to Diablo 4 is because Diablo 3 has been quite a while ago. It came out a fairly long time ago, and all that feedback and all that stuff already came in, and so there has been enough time. Exactly, Sorora. There's been enough time for the developers at Blizzard who work on the Diablo teams, specifically, to have all that feedback and go, aha! Yeah, exactly, Xavier. So, that's the biggest reason why I have... Crazy Norse asked this question originally. That's the biggest reason why I have some faith that D4 might actually be worth a damn. Because we know that it didn't come out right on the heels of D3. If it had, they wouldn't have had that time and effort and ability to actually take in that feedback, right? Now, whether it'll actually be good or not, who knows? We won't find that out until June. Let's be honest, open betas are not indicative. Never have been, never will be. But at least the option exists, right? Now, another thing I wanted to add on top of that is, of course, Blizzard has undergone a rather substantial and significant overhaul recently. And this is true. We actually have plenty of evidence that there is an actual overhaul. We also know that it's not enough, because they're still having issues under the hood, right? In terms of how their management staff is dealing with things, in terms of how they're treating their workers, in terms of who they're laying off, when, where, and how. I don't want to get too much into the weeds on that. I have actually studied that extensively. I have done multiple video essays on what's been going on under the hood at Active Blizzard for years now. So, all I'm going to say right now is there be stuff, yo. But it is worth noting that for all the improvements, they do absolutely still have issues. As recently as just 1 month ago, there has been some crap that's been being thrown. I will also say, this is just my personal opinion, I actually think that the Microsoft purchase will, and should go through. And I think that the managers over there, look at any lore week titled something to do with Blizzard Eternus, and that'll be it. But I do personally very firmly think that a lot of the entrenched jackasses know that their time is limited and that they're being spiteful and or vindictive. And I think this because not only is that a thing that happens in general, managers on their way out have a strong tendency in any development company to just sabotage things on their way out. That is very common. But also because Microsoft has made it very clear, both publicly, which is the big news, but also privately, that they are going to clean house if they pick up Active Blizzard. Now, asterisk, reality check for a second. That doesn't necessarily mean that Active Blizzard will get better. It means Active Blizzard will get different. Now, different can be good, but it isn't necessarily going to be good, right? So that's reality check there for a second. But by all accounts...
This is where evil hides.
By all accounts, and for every indication we have, they are going to clean house, and good. Even if what we end up getting is worse from the perspective of a company that produces video games, the people who currently work at Active Blizzard should not continue to have their jobs, in my opinion. I know, right, Sarura? Who knew Microsoft would be the good guys in this situation? That's a thing. Oh, I like how those look. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Now, I could keep going on this topic. I'm gonna go ahead and stop if that's okay with y'all, because this is a long, complicated, and frustrating topic. No, that's the thing, Crazy Norse. Microsoft switched it around to being... Well, let me say that back. Microsoft has made... Oh, god damn it. You're making me drag out the topic, Crazy Norse. Yeah, I knew it! You just want me to keep talking about corporate culture. Why? Why do you do this to me? I need to talk about potion design and wells and quest design, but no. No, we're talking about Microsoft. Y'all can blame Crazy Norse for this. Microsoft were very cutthroat. I say were. It's not like they aren't cutthroat still. But what happened was they were cutthroat to the point where it started to actually cause governmental bodies to get involved. And for those of you not aware with corporate culture, the moment governments start to pull you into very boring, very stuffy, very dull rooms where people in suits will ask you questions in toneless voices, then you have officially screwed up. You may or may not remember that this has happened to EA semi-recently. And what happened to EA is the exact same thing that happened to Microsoft. Anytime that happens, this is a proven track record, anytime that happens, what happens is there's several years, often about a decade, of significant effort being put by the company in question to try and fix that. Now, it may be in short term, it may be in the more public stuff, the kind of stuff they can take credit for and look better about. Wow, that's cool. But it is nevertheless something that is done. They do try to clean house of it, and Microsoft has spent about the last 10 or 15 years trying to clean house and improve their image. Now, they only did it because someone slapped them on the wrist. whapped them on the nose with the newspaper, but they have actually been doing it. There's a lot of demonstrable evidence that working at Microsoft is a lot better than it was. And yeah, honestly, I'm actually with Sean. As much as EA, I actually also defend EA. I know. The fact of the matter is, I think a world in which Microsoft kept BioWare would have been a better one, at least from a game perspective. Does that answer you, Crazy Norse? So, now I want to talk about something that actually has to do with this freaking game right here. I know, it's weird. You notice they've actually added some visual storytelling here. The camp where Corpsefire is in actually has the encampment that these people used to be. That these miners used to be. And you could see the idea of why there's so many undead here. Just tiny little bit of visual storytelling there that they added here. At least I'm pretty sure they added. Yep, no, because there ain't nothing here. There's just cave. So, that's very cool. We also have to talk, so this is our very, very, very first elite. This is a static elite. They actually have a term for that in D2. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Please forgive me. But static elites are always there. That's what they are. That's why I call them that. Static elites are, no matter when you play the game, no matter how you play the game, there's always going to be Corpsefire in this cave, right? That's always a thing. Most elites, champions, and other various things, they vary wildly. They're all over the place. But these guaranteed suckers are something that players didn't note, of course, because of the fact that we, as I mentioned earlier, these tend to be more beneficial in terms of experience and in terms of item drops. We already talked about that earlier. Lister the Tormentor. Lister, super unique. That's what they call them. Thank you. Lister is a super unique. Baal is a super unique. And Dariel is a super unique. You get it. They're always there. Cool. But now we need to talk. So this is actually a bit of tutorialization, which is why I'm pausing to talk about this. So the reason this guy is always here is because of the collapse of the Western Roman Empire. Now, the first thing that led to no, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not going to get into that. That's a huge topic. It arguably has to do with Diablo 2, just because of how huge of a topic it is and how many effects there are of that. But the point here being, Corpsefire here is always here so that you, the player, have a little bit of tutorialization, because everything in the game is guiding you towards talking to Wariv, then talking to Akara, and there's a literal freaking road that leads to this cave, and it's the first quest, and you go to the end and you're like, what is this? Different name, and there's a little thing there that says Spectral Hit. Now, we've actually talked about these because these were a thing back in D1, of course. But the whole point of this is to tutorialize and get the player used to the idea of what an elite is. And it's a different color. They're always going to be a different color. A different palette swap, to be more accurate about that. And they're going to be there, so they're going to have more health, they're going to have better drop rates and whatnot, and of course we'll just demonstrate that really quick, because he has better drops. He actually dropped a yellow, if you were paying attention when we were playing on our Sorceress. They also have lighting, that's also true. Thank you, Dakota. So, better loot, and of course they have Spectral Hit. Spectral Hit is actually exactly what it sounds like, so I'm not going to bore you with that. But the point being, we'll be paying attention to those as we go, and that is a very common, normal aspect of the gameplay of this game, is dealing with elites and their various suffixes. We talked about suffixes. Suffixes is all about how they design these things. Now, that's funny, because there's actually two categories of suffixes. There's item suffixes and there's enemy suffixes. Item suffixes we'll get to. Actually, I think we might be able to show this off right now. Yeah, sure. So, club. Hang on. We'll do item suffixes first. Club, it's blue. So it's not going to have as much of a budget. Okay, you know what? Hang on. This is actually too big of a topic. We'll come back to items. Items don't exist. Boom! There are no items. We're done. We're going to go back to talking about enemies. Enemies have suffixes. Now, it's not quite to the same example of, say, D3 or some other games that I could mention off the top of my head. But the idea is they have pseudo-random things they can do. They can be immune to certain damage types. You don't usually see that until higher difficulties. They can have extra damage types. They can have an ability on them. They can have a high-level ability on them, like an aura, for example. By the way, heaven help you if you find a lightning-enchanted aura guy. Sometimes every time you hit them, a chunk of lightning goes out. Lightning enchant is another reason I lost a lot of hardcore mode characters back in the day. They can explode on death. All sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff. There's all sorts of things that they can get, and that's designed to change them, to make the combat experience different. So all of this goes back to something. I swear I'm actually building up to a point. I'm not just trying to describe the game for you. All of this boils back to enemy design, encounter design, and most importantly of all, enemy variety. This is one of the biggest reasons why I tend to find the combat in D2 more interesting. No, Xavion, no! I find the combat in D2 more interesting than the combat in D1, because even though, at its very core... Oh.
Is that all of them?
I like the god rays on this one. Even though at its very, very core, it's still it's still the same basic combat as in D1. Click, hit, spell. The nuance that the enemy variety adds keeps it a little bit more fresh for me and makes it a little bit more interesting overall. I also think the kit is better, but that's unrelated. So, enemy variety. We're also going to talk about enemy design and encounter design, and we're definitely going to put a negative for encounter design in Act 2 and Act 3. So we're just going to put some question marks down there on the notes. All right. We did the first quest! I didn't think we could do it. But I do have one more thing to talk about. Actually, I have like 50 more things to talk about. There's a lot to talk about this game, and that's wells. So we've already got shrines. Shrines are functionally the same thing they were back in D1. They're usually a little bit more indicative. It's more obvious what they are in D2. So, shrines are cool. I do like shrines. There's some very useful shrines. There are some shrines that are just kind of whatever. No, this is Diablo 2. What are you talking about, Bernard? Here, look, see? It's Diablo 2. I don't know what you're talking about. Shrines, I mean, that one increases your skills. It's pretty obvious if you just mouse over and say it's a skill shrine. And of course, if we take it, and I will go ahead and take it just to demonstrate, you feel more skillful. Most of these are more indicative than back in D1. They're also rarely not useful. I think probably the only ones that aren't super useful are the ones that are specific damage resistance, and those are semi-rare, and also usually worth picking up in general just for the hell of it, right? I'm still waiting for my food, Mr. Red, which, speaking of which, is that coming? Like, is there... Am I just gonna go without food? Is that my life? I don't need to eat. It's cool. It's cool. Who needs food, am I right? Oh, okay. Yeah, D1s were probably intentionally cryptic. I agree with that. But D2s, you know, almost always... In fact, I think, always positive. And, you know, there's no cursed shrines or whatever like that. But also, there are other types of things. So there's mana wells and health wells, which are exactly what they sound like. They are full refills for your health and mana. They can randomly spawn just like shrines. I believe they take up the same slot as shrines in the spawn pattern. Don't quote me on that, I'm not sure about that. But then there's wells. Now, wells mostly show up earlier on, but wells are a godsend. I love wells, because wells are something I preach and love and praise constantly in game design. They are gradient. If you pop a well, you get healed. I can't even do it right now because I'm full health, but you pop a well, you're healed, and that's cool. That's a good point, Sorora. That's because that's the one I was thinking of. Anyways, you pop a well, you're healed. Cool. But wells, A, have multiple charges, which is very useful in a co-op game, and B, refill over time. Wells are awesome. There's actually a weirdly large amount of ways to refill your health in this game. And I say weirdly because at a certain point, you tend to be... D2 tends to devolve into playing rocket tag. But the option's there, and I'm with it. So I think between wells and the refilling and the health and mana shrines and the shrines... And the variety of shrine benefit, like Gem Shrine is, of course, the best shrine. We all know that. I think that the shrine system in general is at least one positive worthy. We'll put that into core mechanic. Sorry, I should explain that. I actually had a question about that semi-recently. What is Rocket Tag? Rocket Tag, it's kind of invocative, but what it means is a game in which whoever hits the other person first wins. It means if you get hit, you're dead. That's rocket tag. Now, it's not literally one-to-one. Some games it is. In some games, it's literally a one-health scenario. But the general idea, and yeah, it's straight out of Quake. The general idea is you don't want to get hit. The whole gameplay focus is on not being hit. That's the goal. That's the point. That's the overall thing. I hope you don't hate me terribly, Raskor. I understand, however, if you do, please don't hate me. Now, let's go turn in our freaking quest. Our skill point.
You have cleansed the den of evil. You've earned my trust, and may yet restore my faith in humanity. Your reward is training in the skill of your choice.
Woo. Okay. So now I wanted to do this, because I wanted to hear something. Or, no, wrong thing. I wanted to do this. Where was that? It was under accessibility, I think? Where was that option? Here it is. Let's see what this does. We're trying to avoid most spoiler questions, so it depends on your question. Yes, I am, Ross. I'm looking forward to being done with it.
My rogues
It does make it bigger.
just reported an abomination in the monastery graveyard. Apparently, Andariel is not content to take only our living. Bloodraven, one of our finest captains in the battle against Diablo at Tristram, was also one of the first to be corrupted by Andariel. Now you'll find her in the monastery graveyard, raising our dead as zombies. We cannot abide this defilement. If you are truly our ally, you will help us destroy her.
So yes, that's Morena, aka the Rogue from D1. We will encounter all of the main characters from D1 in D2. In fact, we've already encountered 2 of 3. So that's always cool. There we go. I don't believe so, Dr. Winter, because I've played a Necro many times, and I don't remember her saying anything specific about that. Let's just see what those things. We're definitely gonna have to jot down external continuity. Yeah, none of them had a good ending. None of them had a good ending. Oh yeah, we haven't actually talked about Geed. We'll talk about that, because my food still's in here. So this is Geed.
May I help you?
So, I bashed Geed earlier, and I stand by that. But Geed serves 2 purposes. First of all, he can sell junk. Oh no, there's a nostalgia trip. The icons over there. Look at him. Look at him. Anyways, but he's here to gamble. No, Sputnik Lock. Although technically yes, but functionally no. Every human is a Nephilim in terms of capacity, just not in terms of unlock. Anyways, yeah, Geed's a loot box. Yeah, that's a great way to put that. So he sells stuff. They are ludicrously expensive. And they have... Oh, God, I don't remember the exact ratios right now, because I usually don't do Geed. But the thing is, there is a lot of variability that goes into this. These have a higher chance to be something good than most other things. And I know several people who would primarily get uniques, for example, out of the Gamble NPCs, because there's several. The Gambler vendor, for lack of a better way to put it. I've gotten like 2 or 3 good things out of Geed over the years. But yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they're at least blue. Can you save scum? Kind of. There's some stuff to that. Because you'd have to... I'm not answering that question. Sorry, Joe. Ask me again during D3. It'll be relevant during D3. But you'll at least get something out of it. And much more importantly, Geed is why gold is worth a damn in this game. And I mean that sincerely. Because gold will stop being relevant probably by the time we hit Act 2. It's kind of the same problem we had in D1, where gold wasn't really a major issue, a major gameplay mechanic. Gambling is what they did to fix that, because you can be swimming in oodles and oodles of gold, and so blowing 63,000 gold on an amulet is something you could do, because at least at that point you were getting the chance of getting something you want. Gold sinks. I've talked about gold sinks many, many times. Now, I was actually going to bring that up, Xavian, because there is one other gold sink in this game. We can't show that off right now, but it's rezzing your merc. Because the Act 2 merc is really awesome. I'm going to do a challenge mode this particular run through the game. I'm going to try to keep the Act 1 merc alive as long as possible. And the moment she dies, we're switching to the Act 2 merc. The second she's gone. Alright, so. But yes, gems and runes, and of course, actual items. You know, those stupid stones of Jordan. We've come up with all kinds of things to replace gold as a common currency. Yeah, the Act 2, we'll get to it. We'll talk about mercs later. We haven't even unlocked mercs yet. We'll talk about mercs later. But that's who and what Geet is. Let's go ahead and repair really quick. How's the pet AI in D2? Not bad. Much better than in D1. The AI in general... Oh yeah, there's a repair all button. Quality of life features. Also, vendoring in general and merchant interface in general is much more intuitive and just much less of a pain. We're going to go ahead and get rid of it. There we go. Sell! Come on. Hey, so this item's gray. You might think, oh, gray is crap. No, gray means socketed. What's a socket? Well, that's a gem. What's a gem? Well, gems were invented in D2. This is another mechanic. We're up to, like, I think 6 mechanics that this game added to the industry now. I'm sure something invented gems before D2. I don't know what it is. Gems are exactly that. If you put it into a weapon, it increases your damage to undead. If you put it into armor or helms, it increases your attack rating. If you put it into a shield, it increases your resistances. Gems are cool. Gems or socketing concept. The way this works is... there's 2 layers to sockets and gems. Let's talk about this, because this is probably going to be a positive and a negative. On the one hand, it's a cool little bonus thing. You've got a piece of gear, and virtually, and I think literally, every item in the game can have a socket. It's part of the random rolls that go into it, because even a unique item still has randomized loot on it. We'll talk more about that later. I'm not going down that rabbit hole yet. So sockets allow you to toss a gem in and get a little bit of additional extra bonus, and it gives you a way to customize your gear. Cool. All of that's cool. Excellent and awesome. And yeah, oh, sorry, the only things that can have sockets are weapons, armor, helms, and shields. It's right there on the screen. But anyways, so I didn't feel the need to even say that, so forgive me for not saying that. Water is still wet. It's true. Confirmed. Sockets, in a normal playthrough, I keep putting that in quote quotes, in a normal playthrough, all sockets and all gems is, oh, well, I've got some rubies on me, and I just happen to pick up this new weapon that has a socket. I'm going to go ahead and toss a ruby in it, and now I'm going to do a little bit of additional fire damage. And that's it, right? Now, that's cool, and I'm actually fully in favor of that. It is a method by which to allow you to further customize your gear, and you know me, I'm big on customization. Here's the problem. When you get to endgame, all of a sudden this becomes a huge hassle. Because you don't want Weapon X, you want Weapon X with sockets. As many sockets as you can get. Now, that's partially because of rune words, but my point is the whole gem system starts to fall apart, because at a certain point it starts being completely worthless unless you have the right combination of it, which requires a lot of sockets, which is very rare. It basically adds another layer of grind, because you've added another dice roll on top of the dice roll you're already doing to get the gear you want. And that's ignoring the fact that you're going to have to get the gems you want, which takes absolutely forever. I'm going to actually pay attention to this playthrough. We're going to combine every giant gem we get up, and we're going to see the highest value gem we get. I imagine it's not going to be high. So that's all kinds of... Oh, no, we're not at rune words yet, Loner. That's a whole other ball of wax. We're not there yet. So we might actually... We're gonna pay attention. Like I said, we're going to pay attention and see what gem we get up to. Here's our bank. We actually have multiple tabs because we're playing this version of the game. So we're going to go ahead and put our gems in there, because there's just going to say... We also have a charm. We'll talk about that later. Fulminating potion. Nobody uses potions. Potion builds suck. And now my food is finally almost here. So when we come back, we'll talk about how items work. And there's so much to talk about. There's so much. I've been talking for 4 hours. When we come back, we're going to talk about how they do item budgets. I'm going to talk about how they do a bunch of stuff. We'll talk about charms. We'll talk about uniques, all kinds of stuff. But all that will happen when I come back from lunch.